Man, remember when video game music sounded like that? Like back in the Jesper Keat era of Hitman games? So much atmosphere, so much pumping. Anyway, have Kanikuman.
ゴーゴーマッソリングに稲妻走り炎の戦士を照らす飛び散れ筋肉ビーム勝利に向かって私は強い筋肉マン走る見事にああ心に愛がなければスーパーヒーローじゃないのさ筋肉マン Go fight 私は強い筋肉マン走る見事にああ心に愛がなければスーパーヒーローじゃないのさ筋肉マン Go fight
And yes, I do sing along to it almost every single time. How could you not? And good morning, folks. Lucky enough, it turned out that the terminal crash I had with Xemu that ended up corrupting the entire emulated hard drive of Xemu, which in turn corrupts every single save. It's terminal, but not permanent. It was just part of the setup that I had not completed. So luckily, after looking through some troubleshooting, getting back the progress we lost, going to sleep, and then trying the Ace of Clubs Donghuangbo mission again this morning to see if I could actually break through the crash. It works. So excellent news for all. It turns out that all we really had to do for stream purposes is redo the Ace of Clubs mission. I don't have to go and redo, I don't gotta go to the PlayStation emulator is what I mean to say. I don't gotta downgrade to the more stable emulator for the less stable game version. So, what I had forgot to do is, upon setup, you're given these different areas where you gotta put core system files, right? Not included with the emulator because, of course, Xemu doesn't condone piracy, they're just giving the tools for emulation. So you gotta have your own legitimate version of the boot ROM, the BIOS, the hard disk. But what I had not realized is that I also had to put a copy of the hard drive file into pretty much the app data. The troubleshooting fax is speaking Linux, so I figured it was talking about putting it into app data because where else do I have xemu slash whatever, right? But it turns out that skipping that step it made it impossible for the emulator to do the cerebral thinking it had to do to work on different levels, and so when given the need to write something to disk, it was looking for a location that did not exist, and so the emulator crashed, and because it emulates the Xbox near perfectly, crashing the Xbox in the middle of saving or whatever just wipes out all the saves. But Now it works. Had to basically go back and replay the entire club suit again to get back to where we were. But we're back to where we were. I can't promise that all the stats are perfectly the same from the first time through. I'm pretty sure we were closer to 200,000. I think I remember a 2 at the end the last time. Well, that's million. To 2 million? Was it 2 million? Yeah, then. I'm pretty sure I remember us being closer to 2 million the last time. And since I was replaying through the entire way anyway, held on to the carbine, so that's listed as a favorite weapon. It's not too different from the AK anyway. It just exchanges stopping power for a bit more accuracy. 0 deaths, so I'm going to keep the 1 death from the death counter. I could just throw Matthias off a cliff into the ocean if I want to match up the deaths 1-1. Though technically that was a retry, wasn't it? That was on mission. So he slipped into the sea when the Chinese wanted him to execute some Russian capos. So technically it's a retry that I have to game in order to get the statistics to match there. So it's not going to be perfectly 1-1 to where we were last time, but oh well. Oh well. The important thing is the game is roughly back to where it was. And I was going to redo the Ace of Clubs mission anyway from the crash, since we got to the successful execution of the mission, but we didn't go all the way through to cutscene. If I don't redo the mission, we aren't going to get cutscene. And isn't that the most important part of playing video games? So, back to Ace. Back to Doug.
I've cleared you for your first Ace contract. Come on in and I'll give you the details.
Our first Ace contract for the second time.
State-sponsored mafia before President Kim found out about it. Wangbo's probably spent a lot of cash getting ready to defend himself.
Yeah, and we're about to spend a lot of cash taking him out. Oh.
Ow.
Hey, Merc. Glad you could make it. We're ready to clear you for your first Ace contract. Try to keep the casualties down, if you can.
He wants me to do this pacifist style.
You now know the Ace of Clubs, Deng Wangbo, head of Division 39, is based somewhere in the vicinity of Song Tower.
Makes me wonder if you can do like a pacifist playthrough of this. Maybe not totally deathless, but minimal deaths.
If you can destroy the jammers, we'll locate Wangbo, and you can bag him. Maybe get Song, too. Then we can all go home, huh?
Okay, was there anything around here you could interact with? The coffee? The coffee.
Are you messing with my coffee? Don't make me come over there.
Alright. To the Ace. Deng Huangbo, Minister of Finance.
Your first Ace contract. Let's just make sure it's not your last.
Confidence is overwhelming me.
One critique I do have of this game, from playing it way back in the day to today, is that the audio balancing, like, all the sound is great, the music is great, the voice acting is great, but the sound effects kind of overwhelm the music, and they both gang up and beat up the voice acting. Okay, so back to 3 jammers to take out, with the optional mission of clearing a southern landing zone. Maybe this time, the AN will actually make use of that landing zone, and not just hover over a tent. I hear rockets. I don't want to be near rockets. Whoa. Forget about him. Sounds like somebody's got a shotgun here, like a patom, between all the da-da-da-da-da-da-does. There's a rocket man on there. I gotta be careful because just toppling the building won't topple him. But... yeah, see what I mean. And he's buried in the rubble, so like... no, there he is, there he is, there he is. Gonna make this a bit safer for myself. A second... no. Nuh-uh. You aren't allowed to live. Neither are you! I heard an ooh. The two helicopters are the deadly thing about here. If they stay out of range, there's not much I could, but if I take one, gonna take this helicopter and keep it. And I will say I do enjoy the helicopter-to-helicopter combat in Mercenaries a lot more than Just Cause 2 also. Every single comparison I make with Just Cause 2 is, man, I like the way they do it in Mercenaries better. Somebody's trying to snipe. Because in Just Cause 2, right? Not... oh, like, you getting infinite ammo is nice, but they are straight-up snipers that can just wail on you over and over. There they are. Will they land this time? Will they actually land? Last time, they kind of hovered over this tent and got stuck. What's it gonna be? They're hovering over the tent and getting stuck. And breaking the tent itself won't do anything. They're hovering, they're moving. Will they land? They've spun around. No, they just want to be there. I think the trouble is taking out the helicopters. Because when I was testing this morning to make sure that the fix I made actually works, even backed up the hard drive file just in case. Because I don't want to lose like a day's progress going through the clubs a third time even. Took out the North Korean ground troops, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that you're supposed to. Wasn't able to take out the helicopters because it kept playing stay away. And so when this helicopter came in, they kind of had to do some copter-to-copter combat. And so they had to maneuver a bit and then landed about here. So maybe all they're doing is they're scanning the horizon for their date that no longer exists. Oh well. So we don't get the bonus objective for this one. Even though we kind of do. What if I tried to land on top of it? How bad would that be? I've dislodged it. Will that fix them? They're still in hover mode. I hate how that worked. If I tap them one more time, if they touch the ground, is touching ground all they have to do?
Area secure.
Yeah, so land. I ended up killing them. I didn't mean to squish them! Well, alright, alright. Let's, I'm not gonna count this for a second death. I'm gonna count this for bringing balance to the universe and bringing the retries count to even. That made me jump. I did not expect everything to just explode with a second tap. I guess the first tap must have taken out a whole lot more than I thought.
Contract. Let's just make sure it's not your last.
The confidence is overwhelming me.
It's a quick, easy mission anyway. Just 3 jammers, optionally clearing out the southern beach landing. Even though this area is just as good as the southern beach, I don't know why we have to not use this one. HP still good, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Just gonna ignore all of them. I mean, heck, if I could land here, why can't they?
Your resident signal.
Are they saying I'm that disposable?
진입자들 꼭두각시 공격해!
Technically, don't have to use my C4. A couple of rocket rounds will do it. Where's the... There you are. Take you out first, while you don't have the protection of a broken vehicle. Broken vehicle, broken building. I had a vehicle on the brain.
One jammer down.
There's no direct auto-target in here like in Just Cause 2, but if you notice, if you got like a beat on someone, the cursor will kind of track them. Okay, this time I'm gonna try leaving the helicopters intact to see if that helps the, our... Oh, no. Don't you do that. If that helps our own helicopter land.
Excellent. That was a nice easy bonus, wasn't it?
No, not cluster. Give me C4. There, see, this time they're doing their helicopter to helicopter combat, they're maneuvering. I think they were just waiting for that. Now, since they've maneuvered, if I take this as my own... No, it's fine, it's me, it's me, it's me! Nah, come on! We're helping each other out here!
돌격!
Really? Really? They fucked themselves up this time. It counts.
Enemy!
It still counts. We got the bonus Bradley drop. At least they've landed. Even though my health is non-existent now.
Charge! Hero!
That's fine. Who needs health? I just wanted confirmation on the bonus. Why is there a red dot behind me? Why are they considered hostile when they're the ones who crashed into me? Or they blew me up? I was
Resident signal's being jammed.
actively... No tank this time. Actively hijacking the helicopter and they chose to shoot me down. I like how these miniguns do shred through unarmored vehicles as well as they should. But when it comes to human targets, it kind of just pushes them around. I get that there's game balance to it. Miniguns and heavy machine guns are kind of all over the place, so they can't have it where it shreds the player too easily, or the player has too much of an advantage. But I don't know. I kind of think that they could stand to make it a bit beefy. Just want to make sure all these gun nests are impotent. I don't know if it's working though. It is not working. Well, some of these are straight up Mark 19s, so they have to die. And if I don't get a health kit, I am going to die. Free money. I guess they work better on vehicles simply because vehicles are bigger targets and it's harder to miss. Oh, that's my confirmation these grenades actually are working. Busy work, but necessary work. And now I have no grenades. But that's busted, so good. Had enough grenades for all of them. If I wait for the disguise to pop up, that could make the next few steps easier. Part of me wants to just steal this helicopter here. They don't really need it. But they might have health in here. They got supply boxes. Oh, you know what? I do still have access to... four cluster bombs. 4 tank busters. Let's try the cluster bomb. Cluster bomb, I haven't made too much use of. It does exactly what you think it does. It just drops a cluster of bombs. Which is sometimes great, but sometimes it misses everything you want. It's a scatter shot after all. The tough thing here is that they'll spawn from this building forever as long as it exists, so... No! No more building. Oh, it's still up! It's harder than I thought! There. Now, even with that siren blaring, there's no one to replenish. They still have a rocket guy in there, which frightens me. No, no, no! I got no more frag grenades to clean them out with. I do... Well, you know what? More cluster bomb then. More cluster bomb. They got nowhere to hide. And neither do I. There he is. And there he went. Good. All this for a tiny side annex of the base. So to get safe access to these boxes and hope that there's some health in them. It's all weapons! All weapons! It's oops all weapons! And yesterday it went so smoothly. I know they have health over at the last jamming thing, but
Your SNS signal's being jammed.
it's also very well protected. And I've got no tank, no helicopters, no disguise going in. They couldn't even give me a free resupply. I know the Allied supply drop comes with a health kit. Free tank. Oh yeah, free tank. Free APC. I was gonna say free tank, free bunker busters, no free health. How far to the jammers? There we go.
Roger, this is Expo 2. I am in the air.
You know, technically we don't need that third jammer. We could see Song Tower from here. Okay, checking on that. Making sure things are where they're supposed to be. There, just a bit of protection. Because I am too soft to target, and I'm not confident I'm going to survive to get to the medkit in there. No, turn that off. Sillies. Now who's got... Where's... I don't like the boom. Where's the supply? Light machine gun. I thought there was. I guess I was wrong. Nope, there is. Got it. How'd I miss? You nervous.
This is interesting. Huangbo's transmitter is coming from inside the tower. You'll need to destroy the tower to get to Huangbo. Allied intel says the tower
his
is
weapon
a
away.
hardened structure. They've authorized the bunker buster support option for you.
Oh, officer types take more than 2 hits. Mostly, I just wanted that ammo refill too while I was there. Man weapon. There. Now this is going to be a little bit tougher than last time because there is a helicopter that roams around. If I had my own helicopter, I could shoot it down. If I had a tank, I could shoot it down. But I have very thoroughly destroyed both. I do have a cannon on this that I can't use while driving. I gotta swap on over. Also, it doesn't have very much ammo. And it's all the way over there, so the shot is very wide. You gotta come closer, or are you satisfied staying out of range? I'd imagine it's like a mosquito bite for it. Okay, now it's moving. Moving, getting closer. Could I still reach it? No. No, I probably can't. It's moved out of range, the smart devil. Well, it seems content to ignore me, so I'll just leave it be then.
Roger, target received.
We're having a party in there.
Bombs free.
My bullets did that.
Guys, very good work. There's Wangbo.
Get over here, Doug. I was afraid that barrel was gonna fly out and kill him. Waiting for... It's not gonna do anything, really? Okay.
Target acquired. Coming in now. Bombs free.
No air support on this guy? Fine.
Roger, this is Expo 2. I am in the air.
It feels like this guy's covering the area for my sake.
I see your smoke. I'm at the LZ.
Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't land on me.
Taking enemy fire. I am under heavy enemy fire.
And it's about here where the game crashed yesterday. And now it won't. Now it's fixed. Now we get to see what's beyond this point. $150,000 simoleons for Dong Huangbo. 150 for the contract, and cutscene works!
The dramatic capture tonight of Ace of Clubs Dong Huangbo by AN troops must be considered a huge victory for the Allies. In a
By
statement
AN
released
troops,
earlier
huh?
this evening, the President congratulated the Commando Unit Task Force 724 for the success of their daring
Their
raid.
daring
on Huangbo's
raid.
base of operations
Commando
near
Unit Task
Song
Force
Tower.
724 had a
Russian
beach
currency
vacation.
units, however, seized the opportunity to fill the black market void left in the wake of the demolition of Huangbo's Division 39. The presence of these criminal elements in North Korea appears destined to grow in the days and weeks to come. Reporting live from the smoldering ruins of the once imposing Song Tower, this is Adriana Livingston for
Marathon winner ran with
GSRN.
scissors, fourth medal. The one thing I don't like about the subtitles is they do kind of cover the entirety of the screen when it comes to cutscenes like that. They don't do the line by line by line thing, or even two line by two line by two line. They're quite satisfied giving the entire script on the screen at once.
It's the mercenary!
Now that Division 39's been taken care of, be on the lookout for the Ace of Diamonds. That's General Chang and his men. Chang's responsible for Sung's biological and chemical weapons programs.
And now we get actual new content. And a whole second suit to go through. More military men instead of just businessmen and smugglers and traffickers. Chin Chang for the Ace of Diamonds. Runs a top secret chemical biological weapons testing plant. I like how it says intelligence reports suggest the sites may be underground, but it's not. We don't get to do like an underground tunnel raid. I find it very hard not to have the Russian mafia take over North Korea. Because generally you do want to be on their good side to get access to the Merchant of Menace, more ammo drops, more air support and everything, more vehicles. And if you're trying to play the field and do every mission for everyone, then it kind of feels like Russian mafia defaults to being supreme on top of everybody else. But there's been times where I've even tried to like, alright, for this playthrough, I'm only going to focus on South Korea. For this playthrough, I'm only going to focus on China. Or even like, before the end of the game, start doing a stab everyone in the back rampage to get everyone else's affinity from friendly to very unfriendly. And no matter what I do, it's always Russian Mafia Supreme. So don't be surprised if this ends up being Russian Mafia Supreme for this playthrough too. Okay. First mission of the new chapter.
Could use some help around here, mercenary.
The clubs were easy. Businessmen. General Chang's forces are experienced troops, some of Song's best. Hey there, mercenary. I gotta admit I was wrong about you. Okay, so you make a mess, but if that's what it takes, it's a price I'm willing to pay. We've got a reporter who needs an escort to sites in the area, but our hands are full at the moment. I know this isn't the kind of action you signed up for, but think of it as a personal favor to me. And who knows, maybe there'll be some excitement along the way, huh?
He's gone from not wanting me in the room to asking for personal favors. Personal favors I better pay.
Favor, I didn't mean you wouldn't get paid.
And right away. Bikes at a Terratable, not the ping pong table.
You did damn good with the Ace of Clubs, Merc. You hurry up with this and we'll have Song in no time.
I'll give it a week. Some of the missions get complex. First chapter of the game was a very easy one after all. Free.
Up for a little babysitting?
What the hell is babysitting?
They're giving me a time limit to get to him. Oh, I should have just brought a helicopter. I've remembered just now that this mission is so much easier if you have a helicopter. They could just pick the guy up, fly him around. Look, he ran into me. We'll name a fob after him, alright? We'll say he died bravely in the line of duty while engaging in a firefight, which is technically true. They were fighting someone and he ran into me. Member of the press needs armed escort to points of interest throughout the area. Take him where he needs to go, and he's got deadlines to meet. So don't waste time. Pick up journalist. Taxi journalist to his destinations. Allow him to capture footage he needs. Death of journalist is contract cancellation. Bonus, reach with time to spare. $50 per second remaining in time limit upon arrival. Alright.
Glad you finally made it. Can we go now? Please? I've got deadlines to meet.
Okay, so where to first? Another reason why helicopter reigns supreme. Time limit? Nah, just fly over everything. The tough part here is going to be all these firefights that equate to people running into my vehicle. Incheon Airfield first.
The South Koreans recently moved into Incheon. I better cover this.
Who was that rocket meant for? Not me.
Okay, I have what I need from here.
The South Koreans are trying to get my journalist killed. I feel like if I took the news truck, then maybe it'd be slightly safer. Since at least then, there'll still be all the firefights around me making things super dangerous. But I'm pretty sure the North Koreans at least won't open fire on civilian vehicles. Yeah, just straight up ahead. And all these roadblocks, these scenarios full of civilians and everything, could also bypass pretty easily for going by air.
The Russian mafia have really stepped up their presence in Pyongyang. We need to get this on tape. Okay, I have what I need from here.
Now Nampo, for the Chinese occupation of the port. Okay, don't get me killed, bridge. You see how much this truck is dancing. That's only slightly attributed to the fact that we're driving on rails. So many North Korean officers out and about today. They must really want the leadership caps. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Nobody saw that? That was an allied Humvee. Colonel Garrett's gone wild. Cool, big ship.
Chinese operations in Nampo should provide some interesting footage.
These
Okay,
very
I have what I need.
cinematic scenes they have set up all over here for this mission and this mission alone. What's to the south? There's that one industrial city where we sniped some Russian officers for the Chinese. But I don't know what else would be of interest down there unless he wants to be dropped off. Swerve, swerve. Oh no, less than a minute! My poor bonus, my poor bonus! Hey, Ju.
Looks like the Chinese have been keeping themselves busy, taking control of Haeju as well. I should grab some footage. Okay, I have what I need from here.
Propaganda village next. What if I have waited to do this AN mission last? I wonder if the facts on the ground would have been different depending on the order I do missions in. Because South Koreans taking Incheon, Russian Mafia expanding, Chinese taking Nampo. Those are all stuff we did in the previous chapter. But things could also change depending how they go here. Though I don't recall anything changing too much on Heiju. The mission for this area is frustrating as heck.
These facades are too eerie to pass up. Hold on while I get some shots.
I always end up just dragging a tank of my own very slowly down the road, just to make things a little bit easier on myself. So we're next. Middle of nowhere. Does that mean you're done, or do you just want to, like, start a firefight? Journalists drop off. Forever?
Thanks, driver. I got some great stuff today. See you.
Hey, all done then. Just a little back and forth.
The journalist is safe and we've got our money. Contract complete.
Definitely goes a lot better for the journalists in the next journalist escort mission we given. Allies UH-60 delivery unlocked. And new email, Deca 52 intel. Captain Hugh Byung Park, 8 of Diamonds, west of Nampo. Responsible for operating General Chang's anti-air defenses for the past several years. Wouldn't recommend assaulting from air. West of Nampo. There's the airport. Nampo is that port, right? There's not too much to the direct west, so I assume they mean within that spaghetti of mountain paths, slightly below it. There's a few tough cookies to extract there. AN still has more. So how about we finish things for them first? From a distance, that news van looked like a WMD box, and I got kind of excited. There's more armored vehicles roaming around. Now that everyone's got more of a foothold in this chapter. Alright, in. What's next?
Head on in.
Down, but oh no. Oh no. I forgot not about this one.
Contact with one of our planes over Hookday Moon. They were taking every fire and had to ditch.
Isn't there also a time limit for this? Yeah.
And safely extract any survivors. If I have to wait for clearance, those men will die.
Another mission where if I had a helicopter, I could just breeze on right in.
Hookday Moon's Korean for Black Gate, and you'll know why if you see it.
Could have solved the coffee maker still?
Ah, damn it. Howard, Charge Exop's $5.50 for that cup of coffee. The structure is General Chang's most heavily defended fortress. You watch yourself around there.
This is one of the missions that kind of ramp up in a big way, so if I end up having to 2 free surgical strikes, redo this a bit.
Some action. Intel reports General Kang is sending reinforcements to the crash site.
Yeah, but it's hard to argue with the money.
Just make sure you get any survivors away from the crash site before the NK get there, or those soldiers won't stand a chance.
They do give just under 10 minutes, which is plenty. But it's kind of nicer if I can make it in 2. Just north of Incheon.
You just received another email. Seems there's some additional targets in the area they'd like you to help clean up while you're at it.
Allied chopper, gauging maneuvers, crash by enemy lines, locate downed Allied helicopter, rescue from the crash site before NK forces arrive, return crash survivors to Allied HQ for 60, bonus anti-air cleanup for an extra 50. What I could do is I could cancel mission, grab a helicopter, then redo it. Nothing's permanent until the mission is finished, after all. One whole minute elapsed. Incheon, you guys got any helicopters I could steal today? These guys are actually smart and put an officer at the automatic gate. So even if you brought a Korean vehicle in, they'll still see through and open fire. No helicopters. Guess I gotta hoof it on foot after all. They can't ask their South Korean allies for help. They're right next door to it. They got all this heavy weaponry, tow missile launchers. If I'm lucky, I might be able to maintain this vehicle to the end. It gives me an armored vehicle to protect the pilots. Maybe it's not this mission I'm thinking of that's excessively difficult. Because this should just pick up the pilots and bring them home. And while I'm here, destroy some anti-air, right? I'm thinking of a spy plane that falls behind enemy lines. That ends up being a little tricky if you're not prepared for it. Do I see wing? Oh, no, that's my guys. You guys wait right there. In fact, you know what? This is armored, so... Safe yet?
Well done. Now get the survivors back to the HQ and you'll be done.
She says that with only one survivor in here. So I think I technically only need the one. Anybody else coming in? This guy's just standing back there. Okay, I think he went in now. They're all in. You guys don't move. Papa Matias will finish this up while it's safe.
ATO unit destroyed. Move on to the next.
4.5 minutes to blow this up, get down, and drive away.
All ATO defenses successfully destroyed.
I'm pretty sure the time limit is just to get them out of this area. So we don't have to worry about North Korean reinforcements. Okay guys, buckle in. And how nice is it that big, heavy armored vehicles like this are actually armored against small arms fire? Grenades will still hurt it, rockets will still hurt it. But the excitement of finding a very armored vehicle, nearly practically a tank in Just Cause 2, shred so quickly, so easily, off pistols and rifles alone. Not even rifles, pistols and SMGs usually.
Okay, you're clear. Now get the survivors back to the HQ.
Oh no, oh no, oh no. Everybody out, everybody out!
We need them. The mercenary.
Still got 3 survivors. Still got 3 out of 3. I'm not gonna settle for anything less than 3x3.
Grenade.
Ah! Okay, this'll do. This'll...
Charge.
Second death. Hold on, where's my death counter? So I should get the second death up here. It was all going well up until we got to a tank waiting for us at the outside.
I hope you're ready for some action. Intel reports General Kang is sending reinforcements. to
Maybe
the
I'll
crash
keep this vehicle after all.
But it's hard to argue with the money.
site. Just make sure you get any
It's got some
survivors
slide
to the
armor.
crash site before the NK get there, or those soldiers won't stand a chance.
If I want more armor, there's that.
You just received another email. Seems there's some additional targets in the area they'd like you to help clean up while you're at it.
Maybe I could just keep the... Fuck off, dude. Extremely obnoxious. I don't mind the North Korean guys over there, but... crashing into me just to get a better shot at him is kind of rude when I'm on a time limit. A very generous time limit, but still. As I was saying, maybe I could keep the North Korean disguise just until I get past the tank. I could also try destroying the tank faster. It kind of took me by surprise, so in my half second of hesitation, it got a shot on me first. But what if the tank was already out there and I simply missed it the first drive up? If it's already out there from the start, I could just take that. No, it did come later then. It could be part of the reinforcement. Maybe it's just because of the timing. Like if I did this quicker, then the tank wouldn't be there. Okay, what I'll do is I'll come back for the truck or something. Maybe I'll take them in this, and then we'll go by truck. Love when you end up hitting the guy on top of the shell.
There's the crash site. Find any survivors and rescue them.
Rocket guy. Rocket guy is bad enough for me, but even worse for them if I try to keep them all alive.
Well done. Now get the survivors back to the HQ and you'll be done.
Come on, other dudes, get in here.
Take cover!
Take cover inside the literally armored personnel carrier. This guy doesn't want to come in unless I'm out. He really only moves once I get out of there.
See what this tin can do.
And now that we determined from the last time that it's not too dangerous up top, they can come with. Come on, come on. Don't dangle on that angle. Ooh. Get on through. Squeeze on through.
Anti-air unit destroyed. Move on to the next.
I feel like there's a road coming up that I totally ignored. No. No. No.
Almost the end of it. That's been destroyed.
Okay. 44 armor on this is no good. I'm tempted to just run off the side. If I run off the side of the mountain, then the tank can't get me. We have our truck there. North Korean disguise as no officer, so I could just drive on through. Drive on, but then the South Koreans have tow missile launchers. Okay, there's that tank. It thinks I'm North Korean. So if I just wait here. Let the South Koreans distract them.
Okay, you're clear. Now get the survivors back to the HQ.
Oh. I don't like only 44 armor though. That could easily turn this into a fireball. And if I crash into vehicles and run them over and they explode under me, that also turns me into a fireball. You would think 44 armor, that's just a bit under 50, you're at half armor, but no. Since, what is it, 20 and below? Was it 20 or 25 and below? That you start burning up, so I've only got half capacity to go now. Those helicopters, like the one following me, is also dangerous since they got anti-tank usually. But it seems it's busy. Got distracted by other Koreans to fight. So could be home clear now. Just gotta make the long drive down the road. Keep on honking so nobody shoots at me, but how much you want to bet that if I keep honking, some little grunt with an RPG is gonna shred off that last bit of armor. Even though nothing's really attacked at me since a tank, trying to drive through with every vehicle a potential explosion feels even more tense than trying to retrieve these guys. Anti-air trucks. I'm not seeing anybody with like rocket launches or anything, so they can't really hurt me. There's a rating on this bridge. We can't both be on here. American truck drivers, man, they think they own the road. Can't even drive on his side. What kind of driver in a massive vehicle like that just goes straight down the middle? One,
Survivors
two,
safely
three.
rescued, anti-air defenses neutralized. You're done, and payment's on its way.
I'll never see this one again. Allied M1025 scouts. And whose latest intel? Major Cho Ho Kim, 9 of diamonds. Monitoring lots of NK chatter that indicates Major Kim is active north of Heiju. Guy served for 20 years in DPRK's army before becoming General Chang's chief of staff. Watch out. Well, the guys themselves aren't ever too bad. It's always everything else they're embedded in. So who to next? What is our oyster? Get the Russians out of the way, since the Russians will have us attacking everybody else. Chinese, South Koreans. This is roughly the point of the game, where they start acting against each other more blatantly and more frequently. What if I take one of these big boys and see how much they're worth at the Russian Mafia chop shop? What's this one? This one looks pretty cool. I think this might have actually been able to damage my North Korean APC if I wasn't leaning on the horn all the time. The M3 APC. 11 TOW missiles.
Attack!
And 900 of these rounds. And also a bit slow. Well, it's not too far away. And the benefit of not having a map as big as Panau is that going from one side to the other, even in a slow, heavy, lumbering vehicle like this, doesn't take too long. The map isn't big, but it's dense. Gonna drag this thing all the way over, and it's only gonna be worth like 15,000 or something. Oh damn. That's got some actual punch to it. That's like Tremors 2. Pulling out the big gun, and then shooting through the graboid and the wall behind it and everything behind the wall, and shattering the engine block. And now the Russians are just around the corner. One windy stretch of road with AN and NK hostility, and then just one hill over. It's compact. It's compact, but it feels big. when you're driving around the twisty, winding roads, and they manage to fit in so many things in between. Actual, meaningful things too. Not just the emptiest spaces you've ever seen. I think I'd be less hard on Just Cause 2 if they actually did something with all that space. If there was a fundamental difference in how the game worked. And so instead of having every base be completely empty and devoid of resistance until you blow something up, and then they start spawning in all around you, just around your radius. If they did have it more like this, where every single base had logical places for people to defend and hang out, but for a map that size, maybe it would have been too resource intensive for the way Just Cause 2 was doing it. Which again, is why there's a lot of merit to doing a smaller compact size. 14,907. So it was basically 15,000. Okay, but after all those missions, what do we got? 10 vehicles out of 29, almost halfway there. South Korean Scout delivery, Mafia Technical, Civilian car, Chinese Scout, Hummer, Fuel truck delivery. If I want to be a really big explosive target, the classic Sungri Scout. Less than $10,000 for it. North Korean transport. And that's it. Supplies, over halfway through, just 7 more remain. Demo drop, ally supply drop. See, weapons, ammo, and health. They could have given me an and health in between the here's 3 carpet bombs, 3 tank busters, an eventual free bunker buster, a free Bradley once you clear the beach, medical supplies, sniper rifle only, vehicle ammo, anti-air rockets, not designed for heavy tank armor. Covert supply, anti-tank, effective against all armored ground vehicles. 762, vehicle repair, medical supply, and 6 airstrikes out of 16. Surgical, artillery, cluster, gunship support, point and shoot. You aim, they do the killing. Not responsible for loss of gunship to anti-air or SAM attacks. Strategic missile strikes, as per the Jack of Clubs. Bunker buster. Look at the rest of them. Alright, first Mafia mission, let's go. Playing the odds.
Что этот Марлон Брандо имел в тот муви, когда он сыграл Godfather? Как оно называлось?
The Godfather.
Да, это оно, The Godfather. Он имел собаку или рыбу. Может быть, обезьяну. Дайте мне обезьяну!
Someone get this man a monkey.
Now we can get something done, eh? And no one will know it was us, except you and me, right, mercenary? The South Koreans are talking about getting tough on crime. I want their attention elsewhere. I have word that they're assaulting an NK garrison. I want them to lose. Badly.
This one isn't too bad if we just blow them all from a distance.
It's in his best interests to deal with me.
What could I play with the portraits?
Joseph hung that. He's never straight.
Joseph for the
They
portrait.
all think they can ignore me. Well, they'll learn.
I know Sergei said by whatever means necessary, but I know you are more intelligent and will not expose us to needless risk.
Also, I was wrong with my map yesterday. I was saying that what you can do after the tutorial is just hunt down all the lower value cards from 2 to 10.
That's why they hire us to do their dirty work.
And that's enough to what's it? And that should be enough to unlock the ace mission. I was wrong. If you do all the lower value cards and one face card, it does add up to just enough intelligence to unlock the ace. But the lower value cards alone don't quite cut it, it seems.
Что ты делаешь?
What could I say? It's been ages since I played. Not out to make any friends, are you? At least your artillery support should let you stay out of sight. Destroy South Korean force at the garrison. Bonus, bribe Chinese artillery officer. 50,000 required for contract worth 45,000. I get charged $5,000 for clearing this mission if I bribe the officer. But I'm gonna do it. It's a bonus objective.
Chinese military on their payroll. There's an officer willing to provide us with artillery support for a price.
For 2 free artillery barrages. Get back over here. Quit driving away. See what happens if you don't wear your seatbelt. Now, how much does an artillery barrage normally go for? Artillery strike is 40k. So for 40k, I got 2 of the higher tier version. Okay, down the road to the end, then twisty-turvy all the way around back up. Alright, where's my outrun music? See, I don't have to put outrun music for this, because they already have their really cool orchestral soundtrack. Keeping the excitements bumping.
The North and South Korean forces are fighting near your position. Right, they've blocked the road. If you're not properly disguised, they will shoot at you on sight.
We'll just pretend that wasn't totally the same great they blocked the road from the tutorial introductory mission. Thought I saw something there.
Your SNS signal's being jammed.
Eh. That's not part of this mission. We'll get there eventually. Also, look at that beautiful APC over there. You see that? You see that? I would also try way too hard to keep that intact and drive it to the Russian mafia garage to sell it. There are so many easy ways to make money. I'm not obligated to sell every, not even unique vehicle, banged up on the way back too, so it's not even going for full value. Okay. What I'm going to do is go to the side. That road is, this trespassing zone. I'm just here in the mountain. But they'll make a run for it. Boom, 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 boom. Give me that boom, 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 boom. Well, so much for keeping this intact. I think technically all you really have to do is break the vehicles. And if you're far enough away, then you can do some damage without it being attributed back to you. Or is it the buildings they want blasted? Either way. Artillery barrage, what do you need? Beacon?
No.
There's freebie barrage number 1. You could actually see them arcing from... well, it's from over the hill. That's not the Chinese position. I used to think that it was, because the first Chinese mission from here has you attack the kids' museum here that's been turned into a North Korean barracks area. And it looked to me like the arc of the artillery was coming from here. So I thought it always comes to the Chinese area. It's just over the hill. From over the horizon. Oh, we got a slight ding to it. They've also got a big old tank of their own there. I think that might do a bit more damage. This is alright for like softer targets. But if I want impact...
This thing is about to blow.
I would like if it didn't whip the camera around so much when I exit a vehicle. You guys don't see me? You guys don't see me? That actually didn't get attributed to me as bad. No, alright. We'll just pretend those deaths were some very aggressive North Korean troops. We get one more freebie barrage, so... Hey, gang! What you guys doing here? They must have destroy everyone that moves orders. Now we're taking some blame for those kills. There, it's fine. Sometimes I kill you, sometimes I kill them. Standing Bodhisattva. See, I'm helping you guys out. This is just unfortunate friendly fire. That's all it is. I think of that last vehicle. There's like 2 more, I think.
South Koreans are starting to retreat. They obviously weren't expecting this kind of resistance.
This kind of resistance being their ally betraying them. Mission done.
Nice going. The
South Koreans don't like me so much now.
Payment for the contract. We're done here.
North Korean BRDM scouts. Artillery barrage available. How much does artillery barrage normally go for? 80,000. So half the cost of 1 to buy 2. For a small handling fee, will arrange for a battery of Chinese artillery to perform a live fire test on the area of your choosing. Well, South Koreans are back to neutral, which isn't the worst. They'll still work with me for neutral. I should get out of here while the getting's good. Especially since they got that big boom 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 weapon on there. Lieutenant Tu Chin Cho, 3 of diamonds. Yosef helping us out again, received a report in Russian from some mafia operatives. Had the boys here translate it. Discusses a deal the Russian mob made with Lieutenant Tu Chin Cho, 3 of diamonds, southeast of Kaesong. Often at that site, check it out. Guys responsible for light weapons training and General Chang's outfit. Time to show what someone trained in airstrikes and mass destruction can do. Smiley face. They're still hostile to me here. Even though they're neutral. And the trespassing area zone is gone. But there's probably more goodies to collect. I bet you there's a goodie or 2 around here. I can't see anything. Why does it feel like this road here probably could have got to me up to the same area while bypassing the South Korean checkpoint in the front? The sacrifices Billy Goat Matias has to make.
What the hell?
Let's roll.
Next one might be the... What I remember about the Russian missions for this area. I think one was a journalist escort that has us kill the journalist. And maybe one where Sergei gets super paranoid and has us start killing people from every faction. That one could be tricky, given one of the guys tries to escape, and could escape very easily. How much do you go for, boss? Metro bus at 100 armor. $500. It's not nothing, but they kind of make it not worth hanging around just grabbing every car you see that passes by. Okay, next Russian mission. What's it going to be?
Best keep your mouth shut when you meet the boss.
Okay, now we can
Omerta.
get something done, eh? And no one will know it was us, except you and me.
No one knows us, which is why the South Koreans hate me a bit more.
The South Koreans have spies in my ranks. I'm not sure who it is, but I have some men I suspect. Kill them all, just to be sure.
Hunting for dingles and dongles to interact with.
Idiots, all of them. No one I can trust around here except you and Yosef.
That's a bit of foreshadowing there, isn't it? No one to trust except me and Yosef.
But hey, what am I worried about? We're making money hand over thing.
Okay, nothing this time. There's not always something.
I have some refinements to add to Sergei's offer. Watch for an email from me.
Is it just me, or does Sergei seem a little crude, even for a mafia boss?
They will just kill him and replace him with another psycho. Maybe this, Joseph.
Well, I'd watch out for him, too.
Nah, Yosef's fine. Contract is a boilerplate soft target elimination. Russians have made quite a few enemies. Terminate Allied officer, NK prisoner, SK officer, Chinese tank commander. $45,000.
I'm forwarding you an email. Yosef is personally offering a bonus if you can finish this job quietly. Yosef just gave you
Quietly?
access to a support item he thought you might find useful. I've identified the Allied officer for you. Looks like he's giving a press conference. Don't let the journalists see you take him out.
This one is rather tricky
Okay, I'm on my
to
way.
do completely unseen. Bonus Sub Rosa. Sergei has taken a great risk with these killings, much better if it wasn't clear who was behind them. Kill all targets covertly for an extra 50k.
Special delivery.
Again, that is not very easy to pull off.
The Colonist leader will destroy the Russian rebels who steal your food.
You just had to park in such a way that I can't steal your car. I can't believe this lack of trust. He really thinks I was going to do it.
우리나라 침략하고 우리를 노예로 만들 수 없습니다.
So, Allied officer is over there, giving a press conference. If I want to not be seen, I gotta be so far away.
As to allegations that we're employing private military companies in this theater, I have no comment.
This is, of course, the easiest one of the set.
I assure you, members of the press, that we're doing everything in our power to bring General Song and his men to justice.
Song soldiers shall lay waste your pathetic armies.
One's out, 3 to go. I've identified the prisoner for you. He appears to be in an SK vehicle moving at high speed. I wonder where they're headed in such a hurry.
Allied casualty. Was that 25,000? SK prisoner is a very tricky one. First he's moving, and then he gets to where he's moving to, and then he flies away. Did they have to put these roadblocks here? Well, I'm not going to be catching up with him now.
I've identified the SK officer. SK forces appear to have secured the entire area. They're loading the prisoner onto the chopper.
Well, sucks to be me then.
The SK officer is getting on board the helicopter.
Prevent from escaping, prevent from escaping.
Don't let that chopper get too far, or its contract cancelled.
Which way is he going? Could I snipe out?
Can't track the target if you don't keep him in close range. Remember, we only get paid if we nail all 4 of them. You're about to lose the target.
Fiona, quit nagging! My car got stuck, okay?
Damn, we lost him. That's it, we've blown this one. Get out of there.
Retry or cancel? I could get there pretty quick if my car was in a better position, so I could just remaneuver the car. Yeah? Alright, let's give it another go.
Is it just me, or does Sergei seem a little crude even for a mafia boss?
They will just kill him and replace him with another psycho. Maybe this, Joseph.
Well, I watch out for him, too.
I'm gonna hunt a helicopter
I'm forwarding
first.
you an email. Joseph is personally offering a bonus if you can finish this job quietly. Joseph just gave you access to a support item he thought you might find useful. I've identified the allied officer for you. Looks like he's giving a press conference. Don't let the journalists see you take
There's
him out.
normally helicopters around here, aren't there? And right now the skies are extraordinarily clear, thanks.
I've identified the SK officer.
Oh, hello.
SK forces appear to have secured the entire area. Looks like a lot of security.
Well, if she's got that identified already, we could do this first. If I steal the helicopter, then the North Korean prisoner has no place to go. Alright, I didn't actually order the sniper supply drop yet. Nobody mind this?
Okay, I'm on my way. Drill song will wipe this plague from our homes. Special delivery.
I've identified the prisoner for you. He appears to be in an SK vehicle moving at high speed. I think they're headed to the SK officer's location. Rundown, 3 to go.
Well, helicopter's moving already. They got a bit spooked.
미국 CIA가 당신 군대로 우리를 싸웁니다. 우리는 목숨을 걸고 막아야 합니다.
And no one's heading out this direction. They must have thought that guy was a jerk. If the North Korean prisoner is heading this way, then I'll just wait. Boxes. Which one's that? That's moving, that's a prisoner. And a moving vehicle, so I can't really get a good beat on him if I want an expectation of accuracy. With the helicopter in flight, he's not going to be getting up anyway.
The vehicle
Oh, come on! Come on! I thought I was smart. Yeah, well, I'm on foot, Fiona. I know I'm about to lose a target. Maybe I could wait for both here then, and take them both out.
Is it just me, or does Sergei seem a little crude, even for a mafia boss?
They will just kill him and replace him with another psycho. Maybe this, Joseph.
Well, I'd watch out for him, too. I'm forwarding you an email. Joseph is personally offering a bonus if you can finish this job quietly. Joseph just gave you access to a support item he thought you might find useful. I've identified the allied
What I
officer
could
for you.
do is
Looks
that,
like he's giving a press conference. Don't let the journalists
since we
dictate
do
the
have foreknowledge, and have an expectation now of what route they're going to take,
I've identified the SK officer. SK forces appear to have secured the entire area. Looks like a lot of security.
what I could do... No one's gonna suspect the Russians with this Russian vehicle right here. Just plant some C4 on the road. And then when they pass by, kaboom. You saw nothing.
Okay, I'm on my way.
You could shoot those copters. You could try to hijack those copters.
He appears to be in an SK vehicle moving at high speed. I think they're headed to the SK officer's location.
And I think it's with knowledge of how you could steal the supply helicopters in Mercenaries that Just Cause decided, nah, helicopter drops are via cutscene now. No capturing stuff for you. Just refreshing myself where my C4 block is. I hear it, but I don't see it. So let me put a second one down too. Gonna do this the Saboteur style.
Good work, you're halfway there.
They didn't see me, right? Nobody saw me that time? I'm pretty sure it counts as them seeing me if faction went down on everybody.
As to allegations that we're employing private military companies in this theater, I have no comment.
This is a very annoying mission. I'm not very fond of this one.
Hey, where's the medic?
There you go, only one target left. I've identified the Chinese tank commander. I think he's on
I need
patrol
to
in one
patch
of his
myself
tanks.
up.
Hey!
I mean, if I do decide to go to blow up the bridge routes, all I really have to do is do it from a more covert position. And not with like half the group staring straight at me. This guy's super easy. He's just literally sticking out of his tank. And I guess he's got the rest of his platoon doing laps around him. All I would really have to do is land a helicopter on a roof or a hilltop. And that gives me a straight up down position on him.
The people of Korea will triumph over the foreign aggressors.
That was the last target. Mission bounty is being transferred as we speak.
Do I get the bonus? Bonus? Actually got the bonus. Even though I had like guys shooting at me and faction fondness down, it still counted. Which is good because I was totally going to redo the mission if I didn't get the bonus. Sniper supply drop. What's the newest intel? Captain Yong Il Chon, 6 of diamonds. Yosef come through again. Giving us the location of Captain Yong Il Chon, 6 of diamonds, the guy who trained Chinese men in tank operations. Be quite a coup to bring him in. Might not be too easy though. Stationed just south of Hookdae Moon. The Black Gate. Possibly the most fortified position in North Korea. Might not be a bad idea to get a look at the place where you're up there. Do some intel gathering of your own. A few missions are going to involve that Black Gate.
Hey, where's the medic?
People of Korea are strong and do not require your aid.
If these guys are just willing to do their laps, it would have been there to protect their captain. Okay. Pretty sure it's just one more Russian mission after this. Wrong way. Thought that was a shortcut. Maybe this one is the journalist mission I've been thinking about. Maybe it's the journalist has intel on the Queen or something. Escort him around, pick him up, eliminate him once you get the information. That's sounding familiar, so maybe that was it.
Damn it! Gotta bail!
这是自己人呐！
Once it gets below 20, that thing loses health so quickly. It's less a countdown and more of a bomb timer.
北京已經俾我哋即刻嘅領導者啊，個核子武器毀滅咗啦！
Sorry, buddy. But don't forget, the PA system says you get a free car for every Russian you kill, so get to it. $100 health. Gotta get my $500. $750. Wasn't the bus only going for 500 though? So just a regular little sedan That's probably got 10,000, 60,000 miles on it is more worthwhile than a bus. Anyway, before I go, when it's been 2 hours. Let's see. 2 hours, and I think it's time to give Onyx his lunch, so give me a few minutes to refresh myself, feed some cats, and then we'll do the next Mafia mission.
조심해. 뛰어. 비켜서.
조심해.
당신의 정부가 우리를 모면했습니다. 그들은 미국에게 절로 팔렸습니다.
쏘지 마.
송사령관님은 이 전염병을 우리나라에서 없앨 것입니다.
наемник.
우리 영토를 침입한 이국 악마들과 서서 맞섭시다. 우리 주의자는 이 지우개의 방어자로 선택되었습니다.
Well, Toasty's had his lunch by way of the automatic cat food dispenser. And since I found I found an old cat blanket, Onyx is quite content to just lay on that and doesn't really want food right now. So I guess that's a shorter BRB then. Next Mafia mission. Also gotta find a real weapon to put on my right shoulder.
Looking for some extra cash, eh?
It's who you
Now
know.
we can get something done, eh? And no one will know it was us.
They won't notice us, but I still get credited for losing faction affinity.
He wants to know
Reporter time!
about my operation. He keeps telling me he knows where the Queen of Diamonds is. He'll tell me if I give him an exclusive. Hey, what do I care about these queens and kings, eh? You tell him I sent you. He'll tell you where the Queen of Diamonds is. Then, make sure he never bothers me again.
And so cue Operation Wander Around the Room.
Curiosity killed the cat.
Bartender.
Go ahead, help yourself. Pavel, this one is on me.
On him. Sergei's letting us have the drinks for free. That is so much nicer than Colonel Garrett charging us $5.50 for a cup of coffee. Kanpai. Another bartender. Keep it coming. Give me a drink, bartender. Okay, now let's go.
You're doing well so far. Sergei might not know how valuable you are, but I do.
Yosef's good people for a murderous mafioso.
Dealing with the press makes me nervous. Remember Exop's policy.
Don't get caught.
Sergei found a journalist who plants information about Colonel Jong So-moon, Queen of Diamonds. Not sure how Sergei persuaded the press to help us out, but if the intel is good, I won't ask. Make contact with the journalist, locate the Queen of Diamonds, and verify. For 175,000 clams. There's a helicopter, but she's all the way up there. And being filled full of 50 caliber holes, so useless for my purposes.
According to his file, the Queen has been smuggling weapons into and out of the area. But the Allies have all the roads blocked off and they own the air, so how he's doing it is a mystery.
지금 있는 소련 놈들은 이 땅의 전염병이요.
There's also a few goodies around here, I'm pretty sure. If I had the time to look around. Journalist. In the middle of this Chinese versus Korean firefight. I guess you're not using that car. Hey, buddy, behind you, behind you.
Check your email. Joseph has some interesting insights into this journalist.
Let's go!
Bonus cleaning up the breadcrumbs. Breadcrumb trail. I wouldn't read this aloud. Oh. I wouldn't read this aloud, but Sergei wants that journalist dead as soon as his usefulness is at an end. Turns out he's not even a journalist at all. They suspect he's a spy working for another faction in the area. Killed a journalist after he ceases to be useful for a bonus 50k. Now, of course, if I shoot a guy that I'm not supposed to, a civilian journalist, not only will I lose faction affinity with everybody, but I'll lose money.
Go south from here.
But I got ways of killing him without having to be the trigger man. Whoops. That is a whole cluster of helicopters. Didn't mean to jump out with the journalist still in there, but spoilers, that's the technique for killing him. Just be like, hey, keep your seatbelt on real quick.
He's using the hospital as a cover for his operation.
Finally, after weeks of search,
He's blowing up the hospital.
That is the guy with the rock. No, get back in here, get back in here.
Catch him, no one will know how he gets weapons into the area.
How is rappers into the area? Well, that's hospital workers. Dressed. Well, not how I meant to kill them.
Will most certainly be pleased
hospital workers with guns. Okay, this one's tricky for all of the machine gun placements they have here. Everyone is so shredded and not in the fun way. What are they even using? SMGs. See, the plant bullets into you quickly thing works well for the enemy, not so much for me. For me, all they gotta do is chop my health off. Your helping ensure the disappearance of a little friend is greatly appreciated. Will be fully compensated upon contract completion. I gotta survive to contract completion, though. Got no bonus drops. They just had to put the VIP himself on the entrenched machine gun placement. Ugh. I want to get behind him, but there's everyone else behind him, too. Didn't kill the guy I wanted to. I got flash grenades. No, no good, no good, no good. No health. I want to be surprised if they're also spawning more guys in from the boat. I need to get him off that gun. He's smart. He knows it if I want him alive. What are you bouncing around for? And how'd you get behind me? Where are these guys coming from? I'm getting pinched into these rocks. I could go back to the hospital real quick. I'm sure they got medkits that... Ooh, what's here? Go away. Medkit. Alright. I don't gotta hide out anymore. Fuck you! That was my brand new health! He's off the gun! I finally get my health and I haven't got to worry about getting behind that gun anymore. And now should be no more of these SMG wasps buzzing in. There was health, I just hit the wrong crate. Buried him! Surprisingly not clear. Is that C4? How about this space? There's space in this space. No? No. I guess I could load him into another vehicle and then find someplace flatter. RPG! Oh, that mission could have been so much worse if I wasn't careful. More RPG, no. No, get down, get down. You silly? Here, if enough of these guys come by, they'll basically make their own roadblock.
Roger, this is Expo 2. I am in the air. I see your smoke. I'm at the... I am taking enemy fire.
With that density of jeeps, I thought there was an APC there. But that's just all of their cars all bunched up together.
Sergey is going to be happy to hear about this.
I am...
Hey, Jinx! Hello to you! Welcome to a Mercenary stream. An old adolescent favorite. How the heck am I? Not gonna lie, a little bit tired the way Onyx, our older cat, wants his breakfast earlier and earlier. Press truck unlocked. They think just because they're cute, they could push us around as much as they want to. And they're right. That's the worst part. You know what this guy's doing? They get their food about 4 times a day, right? Roughly 6 a.m., 11 a.m., 4 p.m., or the 9 p.m. Onyx is the kind of cat where if you give him a whole pile of food, he'll be a good boy and just eat a little bit each day. But because we have a second cat now, and we gotta be more careful because a second cat is an absolute glutton, and if you put a giant pile of food in front of him, he'll eat the entire thing, look up, and beg for more. So we can't just feed them together, gotta feed them separate, gotta make sure they both get their foods at roughly the same time. And so they get their food at roughly the same time. And yet Onyx will, if it's 2 in the morning, he'll see that I'm still awake and be like, food? Food? And if I've gotten my sleep, and it's like 6 or 5 in the morning, then he'll start pounding on my boyfriend's door, begging for food! So he's not even keeping a consistent time to when he wants to beg. He just sees us around, and then he starts begging. Somehow his internal clock is synced up for when it's dark. And I keep telling him, Onyx, it's 4 in the afternoon. Quit napping. This is why you get hungry at night. I would love to let him eat cake or whatever else, Jinx. But I would also love to sleep. I would love to get the sleep that I want and then feed him the food that he wants. This could work out. But as to what kind of cats they are, the older cat Onyx, I'm pretty sure is your American short hair, standard variety. Black colored, beautiful green eyes. And the younger one, Toasty, is a Siamese. Flame point or apricot point or something, I don't know. Basically white with some light orange on his face and tail. Really adorable, but he's a glutton. Who needs sleep? I do. In sleep I get to dream. In sleep, I get to replace my real-life anxieties with fictional ones. You know, you gotta take a break from the real-life terrors once in a while. Okay, Russian Mafia. All their missions for this chapter's done. Chinese faction time. You gotta tell me my voice is lovely? Jinx, I'll accept the lie. I've heard people call it soothing, and I'll accept that because I tend to be like soft-spoken mumbly, and so if you're soft-spoken mumbly, it kind of puts people to sleep. I'll count that as soothing. But I've heard my own voice. I know it's got kind of a whininess to it, a little bit nasally. I've come to accept it. A soft grumble to it. That's the first time I've heard soft grumble. I'll take that for the novelty.
One of my officers is still alive, though he is surrounded by Song's men. He is waiting for reinforcements.
Oh yeah, now this mission's coming back to me.
I cannot spare the troops. I cannot spare that officer either. It is up to you to rescue him and get him safely to Heiju.
Colonel Peng, if you can't spare the troops, but you can't spare the officer, sounds like you're at an impasse. You gotta decide what's important.
Unfortunately, the People's Army moves slowly. I cannot afford to lose even one piece in this game. And this officer is worth many lesser pawns.
Lesser pawns. I know he's using like chess metaphors, but that doesn't really sound very good for his troops.
Also, you will have the opportunity to kill many of Song's men. I know this pleases you. I must confess, it pleases me as well.
Gotta scan around for interactables. This mission, there's nothing to interact with. Like in that Peach emote, huh? That's a sprite from Momotaro Dengeki 1 and 2. Which, being a Momotaro game, is all about the peaches. Some people think it's just the butt, but I think it's just a peach. Artillery barrage, but I gotta pay for it. What else we got? Free supply drop? No.
Gotta say, I never thought you'd end up a paid escort.
Given the prize, I'd marry the Wangaju.
Oh. I swapped the weapon by mistake, trying to get into the vehicle. 2 rocket launchers. That's a bit much, Matthias. I know he likes his boom booms. He thought it was a peach butt. Well, I mean, technically, it is a peach. And if you see a butt in it, then it does make it a peach butt. Like with all emotes, the use and image could remain to the interpretation of the one using it. Queen captured. From what I've seen, the road to Nampo, from Nampo to Heiju was so teamed with North Korean units. Watch yourself out there. Find the Chinese officer. Escort officer to Heiju. Death of the officer is contract termination. And bonus! Destroy North Korean outposts on the way for an extra 20,000. 20,000 isn't much when there's going to be so much destruction as the game goes on. But I'll take it. A bonus objective is a bonus objective. If I did the bonus objective where basically I lost money for doing it because it's bribing a Chinese officer with my money, then I'll do this one too. Is that a tank? Oh, that is my tank. That's okay, the sandbags blocked it. Health first. Did somebody else jump on the gun? Somebody else did jump on the gun. I can't hijack this if there's a guy in the gun. You know, when I rescue this Chinese officer, he could sit on the machine gun part. I'm not sure it'd be safe for him though, because he'd be wide out in the open. Wide out? Get a lower FUD there. But he could. There he is. What do they want me to destroy? Some North Korean outpost, and I guess he's gonna be my gunner. You got evil luck for now, perfectly fine, Jinx.
Now get that officer to Heiju in one piece.
You have a good rest of your time. $20K for this outpost, 'cause it's only tents and stuff. Tents and stuff, but it does give them some control over the road.
You've destroyed all the tents. Now this contract is a take on Lucas.
That super, super crunchy audio when all these explosions come in. I've tried a few different things with the emulator to see if it might fix the audio crunchiness. That guy's not shooting, I bet that's a rocket. Was a rocket. But I kind of like it. I kind of like how, when all the booms are going on, I'm imagining it as radio interference. There's just so many blasts and so many shock waves that it's interfering with the connection. Like, let me see. If I go to the emulator, it's so easy to press restart by accident. There's the real-time DSP processing, experimental, which I tried toying with, but ended up somehow making things sound worse. Maybe it's my computer setup, maybe it's my emulator setup. Maybe it simply always sounded like that on the Xbox and I just forgot. Blocked it out of my memory. Okay, tank has lots of armor. But it's still a big target. I was going to say that I'm kind of worried about the Chinese officer sticking up from the top like that. But now I'm more worried about everybody else shooting at me. Like, that guy over there, that guy's got a rocket on him. You can tell by the silhouette. Maybe it's time to do like what the American armored units do in Germany and upset the local farmers by driving their tanks through the farms. I feel it's safer for me that way. Safer for me, I say, and then some jeep pulls in, hiding among the peach trees. That was a boom? Who's making the boom? Get off the tree, get off the tree. There's a boom. Did he get killed from the gunfire, or was that because of the Jeep explosion being close enough to hurt him? Well, There's plenty of little North Korean scout vehicles too, so...
Given the prize, I'd marry the Wankachi.
What I could do then is, after getting the tank and blowing up the outpost, I can just grab some other North Korean vehicle, maintain the disguise. Because none of those guys are officers, they're all just other North Korean troops with guns and RPGs. Whoops, wrong way. So grab tank, blow everything up, then grab a little scout car. Why is phone going? But boop, but a boop. Oh, the family group chat. Oh, so cute! My family is keeping chickens again, and all the little chicks are old enough to jump onto the top of the box that they're staying in. They do need a bigger box though, they kind of outgrew it. The picture is mom shouting, "Nicole!" What's she gonna do? She's at work. Went over to see the family for Easter. And those chicks really are adorable. They're really cute in the pictures they keep sending, but they're even cuter in person. And they've all got so much personality. One of them reminds me of Toasty. It makes the exact same facial expressions that Toasty does. It also is very keen on food collection. If it wasn't for those RPG guys, this tank would be the perfect escort vehicle. Also like how those guys drove themselves under my tank treads. They could have gone around me. They wanted to stop a tank with a jeep. Yeah, you don't say.
Get that officer to aid you in one piece.
I'm gonna spare one of these trucks. A truck might be slower, but will be more maneuverable. No, not more maneuverable. It'll be slower, but more, it's heavier, more armored, so it won't be bouncing around. It won't be losing health just by bumping on the road. Oh, there goes that truck, so... never mind. There's a couple of jeeps down there. There's also that APC. But I'm pretty sure that APC has a mounted gun on top that he would prioritize going into in lieu of going in on the back. Just break that tent already! That truck is still up. Okay, follow me, man. It literally swerved entirely around the tank. Looks a bit banged up, but it's only down 6 armor. And if nobody sees me go in, and I wait for a second, where's that North Korean disguise? Vehicle disguise? Vehicle disguise any day now? Look at how smashed this is. They really go all in for the crumple zones. Stay there. I don't see anybody else around me. If there was, they'd be shooting. Does the fact that I'm driving with an officer means that the disguise is permanently off? What's that? Aerosol delivery specs. I feel like I should be disguised by now. I don't see anybody. There's literally nobody else around us. Well... Here then. If the disguise isn't taking, then... we'll take this and try to outrun them. 86. I don't like the sound of this. It's the less armored vehicle, but it's a speedier one. It's agile. It's got good turns, so I could try just outrunning everybody else. And avoid the road entirely. If they want to control the road, then so be it. So I had the right idea driving into the farmlands, but the wrong... No, don't kill your officer! But the wrong farmland.
Great work. The Chinese will take it from here.
Easy 80k. Chinese Type 89 APC delivery. Also, this place is no longer Russian Mafia control, huh? So I could scan around in here to see what other goodies I could have collected, but didn't.
You should all now plunder our land and make us slaves.
There was a weapon of mass destruction right by the checkpoint. Biological weapon specs.
走这里！这是雇佣兵。
How much C4 have I got? Just a 1 brick? Can't do much with 1 brick, might as well use it. It's not an unfamiliar sight to me, having the C4 be in red because I'm all out. But that doesn't make it any less distressing. These gazebos always have something in them.
这是自己人呐！
3 Han bronze halberd. There's probably like listening posts and other WMDs around here. I'm not going to be super thorough. Just give it a quick scan around. Even if I don't collect everything, you still get plenty of unlocks. Unlike Just Cause 2, once again, where you practically had to start collecting 5 trillion health upgrades just so you can get a 0.001% health increase after every 5. Chemical weapon specs. That was the first Chinese mission, right? Could be the next one's going to be a face card. What else do they have? Was Propaganda Village theirs? Because I do remember that for Propaganda Village, I would have to drive a long way to go every single time I failed it. Man, if I went through going through the Peaches, they had 2 machine gun APCs waiting for me. It would have been death either way, even if I got through there. Maybe not so much for me, because again, tank is armored. But with a Chinese officer standing on the top with his head poking out of the machine gun nest. Even just a few stray shots would have been multiplied by how many rounds are going out. Almost lost control of the vehicle there. That very professional weaving was completely by accident. How'd I miss you? American missile specs. I kind of want to keep South Korea on neutral fondness for now. Just so we could hear Agent Buford give a grumpier line when we talk to him. Bodhisattva Triad. I even gave this place a quick scan around, and somehow missed that. Slight bump in the road. See, this is the real reason why I want actual speed bumps on my small residential street that everyone is using as a drag race strip. Not so much to slow them down, but more so to make them explode when they flip over like that. Did I close window? I did. For the acoustics, and also, despite putting so many thousands of hours into streaming, I get shy, and I don't want people on the outside hearing me. Well. Speed hack. Wonder how much a speed hack would help with this. Is that just you going speedy? I guess it would just be you speeding, not the entire game speedy. If it was the entire game speeding up, that sounds less like a speed hack and more like a challenge run. What's it gonna be now? Colonel Peng?
You may enter.
Persuasion?
我保證佢對我哋嘅發展影響係好細。唔係，長官，南韓人呢係美國嘅 Agent Mitchell Buford 帶嚟嘅，的確係咁樣。
Dropping some frames over there. Like 2,000 all at once.
Excellent. You are prompt and discreet. Of this I approve. I have another contract for you. The South Koreans are moving their troops through the propaganda village.
South
and
Koreans.
their positions beyond. I have stationed troops in the Faux village to ambush them. You will go there and aid them. You will, of course, be paid well for your efforts.
I forgot that the propaganda village thing was against the South Koreans, so they're definitely going to hate me after this.
The South Koreans could not ignore the chance to reunify their broken country. It says People's Liberation Army.
Cool. We learned something today.
But I did not plan on Special Agent Buford taking such an active role. His mind is subtle, and he manages his pieces with insight and precision.
He's got some respect for a CIA counterpart. No C4. 1 free artillery strike. A full price artillery barrage. Thanks for the permission to spend full price on the barrage I already have access to.
Feels like the Chinese and South Koreans are on a collision course.
More opportunities to be indiscriminate with my ordnance.
I have 3.5 minutes to get down there before they arrive. So... where'd I get a tank from when I played this before? Just on the road south of Nampo? Because passing through Nampo was the most direct way to get to Propaganda Village from here. Once the South Koreans learn that Chinese are intent on holding the Propaganda Village, they'll definitely try to destroy their center of command. Make sure I protect the Chinese officers marked in your SNS, or their defenses will be overrun. Protect the Chinese officers. Bonus, no Chinese officers killed. So, simply trying to complete the mission, you can struggle and do. But if you want that bonus $20,000... you gotta make sure none of the officers end up dead. None of them. This is going to end up being Hook Day Moon levels of frantic for me. And you know they're just going to stand up in the open, too. They're not going to take any defensive position. They're going to be all in their corral. Oh, you know what? Maybe it was a tank from the previous mission. Maybe in previous playthroughs, I kept it all the way to the end, dragged its ass all the way back up to the airport, and then drove it all the way back down within 3 minutes. Because they're going to be bringing tanks of their own. They're going to be bringing helicopters. This is not going to be an easy breezy walk in the park for me. Oh, there's a tank. Maybe I didn't bring one down then, because I did remember using a tank. Maybe it's more, how do I position myself to keep these goobers who refuse to take up a defensive position safe? I can't have a single Chinese officer die if I want to pass this mission. And they're just standing out in the open in a cluster around that truck. Oh, they got recoilless rifle. Recoilless rifle is fun. It's basically a stationary tank. Totally.
South Koreans will be here any second now. You must stop them from entering the village.
You would think they would arrive from the road that I just came from. We're gonna end up redoing this mission a few times. I am sorry. But when there's an optional objective, I'm going to want to complete it. Very good, very good. Officer fucking killed 1 out of 6. Because he just had to go straight through me. I'll keep it going just so I could learn where they're gonna come from. First few waves are gonna be ahead. The recoilless rifles could be enough. Somehow my shots keep, your shots actually can go through. If you're like not right up on them completely, it'll phase through the vehicle and act more like it went under it. South Koreans are now more hostile towards me. Well, whose fault is it for going against factions I'm currently being employed by, or being targets of factions I was being employed by? I guess the tanks are okay. Oh, then helicopter behind. Which I can't do much against right now. But I don't want to move around too much. A little bit lower.
I've intercepted some South Korean communications. Definitely sounds like they're going for a loop. They're considering pulling out of the village, so keep holding them back.
I think the last bit is going to be an APC that rushes in from the back. But first we have these guys coming from the front again. The South Koreans and I aren't friends anymore. So, a bunch of machine gun Humvees, then helicopter, and then a bunch of tow missile Humvees, machine gun again. But basically trucks from the front, then helicopter, then trucks from the front. How many till the APC comes in? That if left unchecked will completely tear through the officers. Good news is that my South Korean affinity can't get any lower. Destroy South Korean APC from the back as a final objective. If I still have the tank, these guys are still alive. And then there it is. And now that we know, then cancel contract.
趴下！救命啊！
Now that we got a good feel for it.
Feels like the Chinese and South Koreans are on a collision.
If I had
More
C4,
opportunities to be indiscriminate with my ordnance.
if I had C4, I could lay some C4 about where the APC appears. And then when it does, I could just pop out of the tank, pull the trigger, and then easy peasy mission done. Man, didn't Colonel Peng just say in the previous mission that he cannot spare troops, that he cannot spare a single officer? He said that he cannot spare a single officer. And yet, the entire purpose of this current mission is that all of his officers stand at parade rest with their hands behind their back in the open as one big target. Maybe the reason he couldn't spare that one officer is because he needed an exact number to stand out in the open at the parade rest with their hands behind their back. And without him, it wouldn't be as many sacrificial pawns. What if I go into the truck and honk the horn? Because they're standing next to a truck, right? They're all standing around a truck. So if I go in and I honk, well, they all enter the truck. It puts them all in one big target, but they're already one big target. It's not going to make as big of a difference. Could I actually break the mission that way? Okay, hop in real quick. Honk the horn. Nope, they won't do it. They refuse to move from their post. Okay, position myself. Right about here. Turn around so I can maneuver when need be. And then nothing is going to get through me. Oh. Because I retried the mission, do the South Koreans still hate me? They're friendly! Resetting somehow debited enough fondness back that we're friendly again. That's not gonna last.
Any second now, you must stop them from entering the village.
I thought I was gonna take the gun. If these people could actually man those recoilless rifles, that'd be appreciated. See, nobody's actually on the guns. I'm worried about that rocket he's got. They got him. South Koreans back to unfriendly. And then after that is hostile. That might have blasted a few of my Chinese allies. The truck is dead, so nobody minds if I leave it there, right? Is this a truck must be blown up to proceed situation? It might be. No helicopter. Okay, turn around, look this way, look this way. Oh, no, they got it. They got it for me.
I've intercepted some South Korean communications.
Cool.
Definitely sounds like we're throwing them for a loop. They're considering pulling out of the village to keep us back.
I probably should have counted how many trucks it is until the APC shows up. "26 shells remaining." That was what, 3 so far? I like how the flaming vehicles and the smoke adds to the obstruction of vision. Please be the last one. Last 2. There's a third one there, so maybe this is their final push. Ready to move. Before it gets a chance to fire out. I killed a Chinese soldier, but none of the officers. Full payment, not a single one of them fell. I get they're trying to make like some kind of political show of force or something, trying to make some kind of statement by having their officers set on the open, but that doesn't make my job easy. Chinese should have one more mission left, and then all that'll be left after that are the Koreans, the South Koreans, who are at a full 0 out of 1,000,000 of fondness, and so are openly hostile to me. Lieutenant Chan Suk Park. Suk Park? 2 of diamonds. According to Chinese intelligence reports just received, Lieutenant Chan Suk Park, 2 of diamonds, is rallying a unit of troops south of the DMZ, near where he originally dropped off. So there is one there now. Lieutenant Park was a recruiter for Song's army. He's seen some action. Major Soon Kyun Yun, 7 of diamonds. Peng arranged for another Chinese intelligence report to be delivered to me. Goes into some detail about Major Soon Kyun Yun's operations. 7 of diamonds. Former deputy minister for General Chang's Air Cavalry Division. Don't be surprised if some of his helicopters standing by. Temporary base set up east of Ichon. So that'd be nebulously any place here. I'm thinking it's in that butt-shaped area. Since I'm in the area, anything to find, destroy. Any collectible that might help put me back in the South Koreans' good graces. I think as far as they go, it's... Well, the Chinese have 2 things. If you pick up the looted treasures, that helps the Chinese out. And if you destroy South Korean listening posts, that also makes the Chinese fond of you. The weapons of mass destruction, I'm pretty sure, improves the allies' affinities with you. So what does South Korea have? Simply blowing up the statues? National treasures. Monuments to the great leader. Bad for South Korean morale. Make them go away. South Koreans gonna be real happy. Listening posts. Guess I gotta make them like me the old-fashioned way then. By killing lots and lots of people in front of them. Man, looks like by the end of this... Oh, there's a statue. The recoilless rifles are completely smashed. Their hate for me is so great that the one statue didn't even boost their affinity any. What's that box? Han Solo cheat unlocked. Check your email. That's for about halfway through, right? National treasures? No. Not even halfway yet. 20 out of 100. So for the Xbox version, you get Han Solo as an unlockable after 20. And I think you have to max them out for 100 out of 100 to get Indiana Jones. And as a kid, well, not even a kid, this is like 2004, 2005, right? So, as a sub-adult, pubescent, adolescent, I thought, oh man, the PlayStation has it lucky. They get to unlock the Indiana Jones costume so much quicker. Indiana Jones is so much better. Now, as much as I like Indiana Jones, the skin, it kind of just looks like this, and so, like, it does look like Indiana Jones. But it's also kind of goofy, and when you play at combat speeds, it's more apparent, like, the hat looks a bit bulky when you're actually playing, I think. And in the screenshots, you can tell he's got some like Mickey Mouse gloves going on. Whereas Han Solo doesn't look so bad. I think they rendered their Han Solo skin much better. And I think like Han Solo running around blowing stuff up somehow fits a bit better too, I think. Left, left, right, right, up, down, up, up. It somehow looks more natural. I'm not sure why, it just feels like a better fit to me. Who's that? Is that the press? Oh, he's a challenge. What have you got for me, press? Take him to a battle in time. Nah, I gotta find a battle of my own, so I can get the South Koreans to like me again. I think the easiest way to do it would be to go to Icheon, since there's lots of South Korean versus North Korean fights going on there. There's nothing but trucks, but I don't want to destabilize North Korea. This isn't just cause. Oh, that's more South Korean troops. Look, you guys are shooting me first. Han shot second in this justification. I don't think the Chinese and South Koreans are in open warfare yet, but after a mission like that, I'm pretty sure they're going to start being openly, mutually hostile from the next chapter onwards. Because they can't deny it. No. They're openly hostile now, because I'm in the South Korean disguise, and that was a Chinese jeep that was shooting at me. So after that mission, they are full-on hostilities. It's kind of hard to maintain diplomatic decorum when the South Koreans sent some hit squads out to kill some Chinese officers, and the Chinese paid a foreign mercenary to kill off the South Koreans before they could. It's simply an incident. It's a border skirmish. India and China have border skirmishes all the time, and that doesn't mean they're at war. Don't kill me, don't kill me. It's okay, I'm bringing them a present. They could also do the faction disguise game, can't they? If Buford could outfit us with a Chinese truck to retrieve the South Korean prisoner from here, then surely they could make use of a South Korean Humvee for their purposes. Oh, it's just me. Turn that off. You know, before I save. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Fresh demo. It's only 6,400. You make money so much easier in this, since every North Korean vehicle is a paycheck. Compared to Just Cause 2, where you have your missions, you have clearing out bases, and then once all those dry up, the only way to make extra money is by doing races over and over. Going by Reddit, there's apparently people who need to do races over and over to make money. Back to 4C4. Maybe races are just faster than going for the millions of bases and settlements to clear out.
我可以將會，因為我一定要。我將帶領我嘅軍隊同宋將軍作戰，我嘅軍隊亦都要同 Agent Buford 代理嘅軍隊作戰。等一切結束
Agent Buford what now?
淨係只有我可以生存。
Excellent. You are prompt and discreet. Of this I approve. I have another contract for you. Song's troops control an artillery base near K Song. Traditionally, its guns were aimed south.
Okay, I think I know
now
this
that
one.
Our presence in the area is secure. He aims his guns at us. Take out the artillery and their commander, Colonel Wan Chegao. The Allies designate him the King of Diamonds.
This is that base with a signal jammer that was en route to the Russian mission to sabotage the South Korean fight.
What of Song's best? Tread lightly. Do not
Hey, Wither.
underestimate him.
War Gorbador, motherfuckers. A happy War Gorbador to you too, Wither. That's their traditional post-Easter Norwegian celebration, right?
A coincidence that Colonel J. Gall suddenly turns his guns on my men. A coincidence orchestrated by Agent Buford, no doubt.
Orchestrated by Agent Buford. I don't know about that. I think maybe the Colonel simply sees how effective the Chinese are being in the western half of this map.
Men and women die while you stand here.
The traditional greeting of at least you said something. I acknowledge you having said something, Wither. Payment being debited to your said something account. 1 for your artillery strike. The scout delivery is funny. I don't really need it. There's cars all over here.
Jagal has a reputation as an especially cruel leader. He tortured his own men if they were less than perfect.
I bet they were well motivated.
Okay, email, give me the skinny. Knock knock. Artillery base is heavily fortified complex built into the side of a mountain range. Safe to say you won't be ringing a doorbell to get in. If it wasn't for the king inside, recommend you pass on this one. Good luck. Destroy the artillery, verify the king of diamonds. What I used to do for this mission is I would straight up turn Matthias into a billy goat. He would be a Skyrim horse. I would have him go up the side of the mountain. Like trying to wiggle up the planes of geometry to find one that he could wiggle upwards and then climb in from the back. You're playing the Book of Hours, having a blast. Completed it in one way so far. Glad you're enjoying it, Wither. I knew that they were working on it at about the time when the Alexis Kennedy controversy happened, and I haven't really heard anything since. So I don't really know like how it plays, what it's about, and so haven't really felt a feel on how other people were enjoying it. So if you're enjoying it, that's like the first pulse I've got on it then. The controversy? That was back when, during his days at Failbetter, he was a kind of boss that enjoyed dipping his fingers into the talent pool, if you know what I mean. That the little bits of like Sunless Sea where you can try to seduce your co-workers might have been personally inspired kind of thing, which kind of put people off him for a good long while. Though from my understanding in recent years, he and Failbetter have patched things up. The rail tracks are a lot like the bridges. At least the rail tracks I can get because they are elevated. Bridges in this game are they're kind of a gamble. If you go fast on a bridge, chances are you're going to flip, which is great when certain later missions do involve racing super fast cars across bridges at times. So for here I want... It almost looks like I could take that dirt road. But that's not gonna get there. This is all mountainous. So the second left. Whoa! Don't go over it, don't go over it, don't go... No, 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 no. That tank was 90% over the rail of the bridge. That should have been a game over. Speaking of game over, I pulled up the death counter, but... Okay, it's actually active. This mission is a toughie in the sense that the front way in is really heavily guarded. And I'm pretty sure they got some helipads at the back. Memories of decades past slowly coming back to me. Basics of the game. At the start, you're the next librarian at Hush House. Huge castle, English island, or tiny village. Watch out their shipwreck to storm with amnesia. Counter to convention clears up pretty quickly as you choose, remember, character create who you are. That's pretty cool. When I read Next Librarian washes up with amnesia, I thought that was going to be like... And then in the story it turns out that you're some mystic who's always meant to be there. But if it's also a clever way of doing character creation, that's pretty cool too. I probably should have taken that tank for myself. This one's already going to be blown soon. Maybe at some point I'll give it a try. Like, clearly I haven't dropped every single product that has a controversial creator right. But the way the math worked for me is that if it's something with a big collaboration, like a movie or a studio video game, that's many, many hands, and the many, many hands kind of dilute the impact, right? Because, sure, maybe you have one person in it who might have played not so nice, but then you got loads and loads of people who did. But if it's something like a musical creator who's doing a lot of stuff themselves, or a smaller game, where it's basically one guy and an artist, then you feel their thumbprint a lot bigger. But if the actual affected parties are like, nah, be cool now, then I guess I kinda, maybe, get some of the stank off. And I have seen it on my Steam periodically. Haven't pulled the trigger on it yet though. But you are making it sound pretty cool with her. Are these tank shells enough to clear the wall? It is. Who needs a heavier firepower?
Damn it, gotta bail.
And I do believe that's a tank ahead of me. A tank that's coming right this way. Okay, want to get the gunner off first. Because I'm nice like that. Oh, free tank! First playthrough, you're the archaeologist. Good start. Open a tomb, unleash something nebulous that will apparently kill me and everyone around you. The blood of the Hush House, you're safe and so is the world. Huh. Let me blast some of these buildings and I'll get back onto that. Gotta keep this tank safe to make things easier after all. I knew there was a rocket guy on that tower, but he surfed the building down and survived. Trying to find the magic and mystic skills in order to write into the magical journal a history in which you are not guilty of unleashing the horror. Can make the history enter into the book sufficiently magical to be true. That is pretty cool. Rewriting history in such a way as so you write it on Earth, so it is in heaven kind of thing. I like those recoilless rifles, but not when they're pointed against me. See that guy running out the door? It makes you wonder, if you were just shooting people one by one, and you allowed them to infinitely respawn out of these buildings, after a point, how dense do you think the buildings have to be for hundreds upon hundreds of soldiers to bleed out? The tents especially? Tents don't have all that much room. Mostly silly musings, and it makes you wonder if there'd be like a max capacity on them. Rocket Man doesn't think I didn't see him sneak into the back there. Current playthrough, you're an artist at the house because Picasso was a wuss. Give him something to write about. Like, is that actually why? Is that not just like Wither being funny and decides that he's a rival to Picasso? Is that actually the background?
That's one artillery weapon destroyed.
The guy fell down. Only got 5 rounds left. If these 3 rounds aren't enough, never mind, it is enough to break through the wall. I was gonna say that I just destroyed every other North Korean vehicle here. Wait, this is a North Korean tank. What am I doing? I was thinking in terms of the North Korean tank I brought in. This tank would have just been able to, like, drive right in the door. I do gotta break this tank though, because if I don't, ammo is out for me. Ammo isn't out for the NPCs. AI does get to enjoy the infinite ammo thing. Too high to capture. Too high to capture. I could use this, can I? Where's the hijack? Can I hijack this? No, he's on there.
That's the third one. You only have 2 left to destroy.
I think I might be dead. When they were shouting RPG, RPG, they weren't kidding.
Need a band-aid.
Health. Health. Your limit is Orson Scott Card Wither. I haven't kept too much on him, but I did remember there being some controversy around him. Right. They got the multiple grenade launchers. Cheaters got themselves a Mark 19. And JK, well, that goes without saying. The only person I actively had to physically block back in the Twitter days. For most folks, a simple mute is good enough. Don't want to see him, don't get to see him. But the things she would say was so vile, so reprehensible, that I simply could not have her exist on my Twitter. Like, truly, she became someone who absolutely became a bile-filled person, just full of hate. Beloved children's author to the human personification of the very concept of hatred.
Great work. Now get that last one and you'll be set.
Can't shoot down the watchtower. Your character apparently thinks Picasso is a normie and not extreme enough to even be considered an artist. So basically playing like the, what do you call it, like the extreme representative of an artistic caricature. Orson Scott Card said, in not very strong paraphrase, consider any nation that has legal gay marriage an enemy. I'd invest into the money and time. That does sound not so fun, Orson. You consider her books kind of bad with her? A worse sin than having trash opinions? I'm not gonna lie, like, when I was a kid and the books were new, my grandma loved sending us books as gifts, and so I have read the first few. As a child reading books, right, you don't really have a big sense for quality, unless you, like, spend years and years realizing what you do like and dislike and what's actually good, and what's actually just words put in front of you that are easy to digest. But even back then, right? Even back then, as a kid who knew no better, there were things in the book that I was like, this doesn't feel too right, or this book would have been so much more interesting if it went in this direction. And then in adulthood, like the last couple of books came out, so I was like, well, you know what, I haven't read these books since, what was it, Goblet of Fire? And by the time of Goblet of Fire, it was actually pretty boring. I guess I'll read the last book and just catch up. Like, you know, just catch along for the story. And reading the last book, jumping from, like, Goblet of Fire to the final one, I was like, well, it's done. If nothing else, I could say that it's done. There definitely are books and writers that make me think, if these things got published and got big Hollywood adaptations, what am I waiting for? Very clearly they'll publish anything. I'm with you on that with it, for 1 to 3 actually being pretty good. I thought that 1 to 3 as a child were all right, and then everything beyond that was just boring to a kid to whom any diversion is the best thing ever. So, beyond 3, they lost me. And what does that say about the quality of the writing? Gaiman, yeah. Another of the type that dips their hand into the talent a bit, unfortunately, which is why it's just good habit, where it's just good practice to not attempt to seduce one's subordinates, especially whether or not you date co-workers is contentious, but whatever. Everyone's an adult. But when you got a boss-subordinate relationship, that could very quickly go sour, even with the best of intentions, so simply don't. Simply don't, and there'll be no accusations and nothing to worry about, and I'm gonna get killed. Is there any more health drops around here? I don't think there's any more health around here. This King of Diamonds is tricky because he is inside the tank. The only way to make him spawn outside the tank is to shoot down the gunner, hijack the tank, and then he'll manifest behind it. Yeah, that's how I feel with her. Like, it might not be the most popular thing to say, but there's definitely tears to it. Which, I'll use the example of Bill Cosby, right? Bill Cosby kind of went from America's Dad to, oh my goodness, he's persona non grata. With Bill Cosby, the scope is that he was a bit of a sex pest, a bit date rapey, and that's reprehensible for sure. But it is several tiers below, you know, trying to make gay and trans people illegal. It doesn't mean you gotta like the guy, but the scope is definitely on a more, this person harmed this person, and that harm is real. And so I feel like I can't quite put into words, I think, what I'm trying to say, especially while playing a video game that's trying to get me killed. But I feel like there's, like, how am I able to put this? Like, there's a difference between someone who's trying to get people eliminated and someone who has done harm to a few individuals. I want to park this thing where no one's going to take it and complicate things. You're not really a hero worshipy guy. Never saw him as a hero, just a writer, pretty good one. I think that's where a lot of people really got stung. Especially since there's lots of writers, lots of movie makers, lots of game makers, lots of artists of any variety who do harm folks or are reprehensible people of various tiers. And for the most part, we don't care about them. But with someone like Gaiman, you know, he might not be J.K. Rowling evil and wicked, but he was a lot of people's hero, so it does sting a whole lot more for them. This guy is really trying to book it. He's trying to escape Get Him. Well, thanks for updating me. Yeah, lots of artists have a whole... I know, I've dated some. This has become a marathon. Matthias is in full combat kit. The King of Diamonds is in full combat kit. They've already ran a mile. Who's gonna break first? It's not as exciting, I think, if I'm capturing him down the road and not in the wreckage of the base I had to tear apart to get him.
Roger, this is Expo 2. I am in the air.
Like, I know absolutely nothing about the person who wrote the Hunger Games. My only issue with the Hunger Games is when I was reading those books, I was like, oh my goodness! This writing is incredibly sloppy. How was this the one thing that everyone is raving about and just got like 3 whole movies in a row? So like, if it turned out that the writer of the Hunger Games eats babies and adopts babies from overseas impoverished countries just to eat them, I'd be like, huh. But I'm sure that all of our fans would be like, oh no, this is the worst thing ever, I can't believe this. We have to argue back and forth, can we forgive this, or is this actually bad? And there's Tom Crackman, guy who wrote the sci-fi thing where they revivify SS guys to be heroes we need against the alien invaders, Bucket in particular. I don't recognize the name, but... well, that is a very broad genre these days. Is that the Starship Troopers guy then? Revivified SS to defend against aliens? Because it sounds like Starship Troopers to me, but it could be a whole bunch of stuff nowadays. Now that's a whole genre of its own. No, no, no. You mean like literally revivify SS then, not just like it's okay to do a fascist if it means you get a strong country and strong defense. Also describes like all the popular Warhammer 40k stuff, just going off of like all that people want to talk about. Okay. King, Queen got. South Koreans have 3 more intels on them for the lower value cards. But South Koreans hate my guts. I gotta find myself a fight. Help the South Koreans out. Either that or pay some actual money with the gate guard to turn them from hostile to merely unfriendly. Got some water burps in me now. I didn't realize that they were shooting me literally after I honked my horn and to reveal it was me. Because the disguise came back pretty much right afterwards and they were shooting before the icon shot up. So Ichon's gonna be to the right. Time is at 3:43. 3 hours and 43 a stream, I mean. Couple of hours before BF finishes work. So, probably don't have time to go for the Ace of Diamonds today, but we should have time. Wait, no, this is North Pyongyang. It's too early. Should have time to find a firefight, help the South Koreans out a bit, get back in their good graces, do a bunch of missions for them, and then scour the mountains for these other cards. Some of these diamonds are going to be pretty well embedded in the mountains too. Covered in tanks and RPGs. Ludicrous amounts of SAMs. So it is gonna be fun trying to extract them. Just a vehicle refill. Starship Troopers getting clever. Kratman is a sovereign citizen conspiracy theorist. Yeah. So not quite the OG progenitor, but the ones who take a special fondness for that type of book then, and then miss the point of it, huh? Talking old SS officers that didn't die after World War II as youngified so they can fight the aliens. Huh. Because they weren't all that bad, really. Really. Suddenly not feeling too bad that I don't recognize the name. Don't shoot, trying to help you out here. That vehicle's no longer worth it. It's good, Matthias friend. We friend now. No bully. You kinda do have to kill these guys one by one though. I don't think that you get credit for multiple kills until that thing goes away. They got tow missile here. They got tow missile and I'm on foot. All I gotta do is get them off of hostile. If they're at the very bare minimum unfriendly, that's good enough. Don't turn around. No, 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 no. They got too many toes in the water here. And I got myself killed. And they blew up my corpse just to make sure I stayed dead. Kratman's the kind of name that's worth remembering, so you could avoid anyone who recommends his shit. Him and Ayn Rand. Ayn Rand at least has enough, like, popularity that even out-of-touch me recognizes the name. I mean, heck, so many things make reference or take inspiration from. Man, back when I was in high school, it's like there were two kinds of kids. Three kinds, actually. Those who read Atlas Shrugged, those who read, what was it? Ender's Game, and those who overlap with both.
Stop it!
I was aware that Bioshock was Randian, but it was kind of like in a critique of it kind of way, right? Because isn't the whole point that this ruined underwater city is a society that very much tried to emulate the book to its logical extremes, and here's how much it sucked. Ender's Game is Orson Scott Card. Having never read Orson Scott Card, I haven't really pegged his name to the books he's written. I just remember that he was like sci-fi guy, but never really stuck which kind of sci-fi guy he was, like what he wrote. But yeah, that's what I mean though. In high school, it's like they were either reading Rand, or they were reading Orson Scott Card, or they were reading both. Whereas me, I was simply the historical fiction guy because that was the books that Grandma was feeding me. Everybody else getting into Orson Scott Card or Rand. I was getting into James A. Michener, James Clavell. A bunch of other books Grandma was sending. By high school, she wasn't sending Harry Potters anymore. I guess she figured, oh, this is just kid's book. He's in high school now. Send him more heady topics. Whoops. Is this close enough for the South Koreans to appreciate the violence? They're standing right there and shooting at me. Okay, that was credit for both. He's shooting at me! No, no, stop that, stop that! Could you not try to blow me up? Run, 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 go over the hill. Recommending Ender's Game as a work of fiction, and no circus to pay attention to it. It's kind of a funny way of putting it. But heck, there's plenty of books like that. Simply reading a book is a good endorsement after all. Much like the non-religious or non-Christian who read the Bible for an understanding of, okay, what are these guys actually getting into? What are they ignoring? Folks who read Mein Kampf not because they like Hitler, but for an understanding of, oh my goodness, what are these guys actually believing, these madmen? Or heck, fiction for fiction's sake, in the case of Ender's Game. Do they all have to be tow missiles? I wanted to come here because there's usually a fight, and I could help the South Koreans out, and after a few kills, they'll come to trust me again begrudgingly. It's a good thing Matthias is unkillable, so long as he stays at 20 HP.
Need a band-aid.
Oh. Pay 4. I was being shot at by the South Koreans, so I misread pay 4 as pay attention. They don't have any helicopters here. I can't be too far away because I do want credit for killing these guys. And all I'm getting is a return fire.
Traitor! Run!
There are not enough North Korean vehicles pulling in here. Get the truck, get the truck, get the truck. The thanks I get for trying to help these guys out. Just because I interrupted and sabotaged their attack on a North Korean base by killing people who were trying to help them out. And just because I slaughtered practically a whole armored battalion of theirs to protect the Chinese officers. Just because I did all that killing doesn't mean I'm going to kill again when I jump into their firefights. They're being completely unfair. If a shitty person writes a good book, read the book if you want. Steal it so you don't sponsor them. When it comes to Rowling, I think that most people would have agreed with you for a while, wherein, well, if the stars align and somehow the monkey writes Shakespeare on a typewriter, and she actually writes a good book, don't give her money. But even that much has changed for so many people after that court ruling in Britain that basically legally delegitimized trans people. And what does she do but post a photo of her celebrating with a cigar and a drink, being like, love when a plan comes together. It's like, you know what, if that's how it's gonna be, any attention going to this woman is very clearly keeping her in the public spotlight, helping her put her funds towards actively hurting people. And so when it comes to her, it's a step too far for most folks now, and I can't say I blame them. Like, it certainly tastes a whole lot different when, well, that is someone with a lot of political pool in their area, with a lot of money to put into that political pool, with a huge platform to express everything. Like, not just making things worse by talking things up, but actively impacting policy. Like I said, I definitely can't blame anyone if after the latest events that even pirated support is a step too far. I mean, heck, there's a reason why I avoid so many products that are either Hawaiian made or based in Hawaii, because sure, it's nice that it's in the location or takes place in the location, but if it's a kind of thing that is still like kind of delegitimizing Hawaiian people, that's my cousins, you know? So even I've got my things that more directly impact me, where I want to be like no touch on. Because some people see fun in aloha, I see the last legal blackface. Oh, too far away for that kill to matter. It's a tricky balance. I gotta be close enough to a fight for these kills to actually matter, but not so close to the fight where I'm getting killed myself. First she would have to... Yeah. Like you said, she somehow writes a good book, but between her own works and that of the male persona that she sometimes writes under, there hasn't exactly been the need to worry about if she writes a good book. Man. All these North Korean vehicles and troops are over there. Can't they come a little bit closer? I could always just bribe the gate guard. But bribing gate guard means money, so you could understand why I'm hesitant to bribe the gate guard. It's not a lot of money. I'll pick up just as much money by simply driving around doing no, my progress. Know what I need? I need a helicopter. 1,000 a helicopter, I can more easily dodge tow missiles. And it'd have like, what is it, 2,000, 5,000 rounds to play with. This always has health. There's a card up there, isn't there? Like up on this little spaghetti noodle. You know, person alive that's happened about every fucker who makes art that they enjoy. Yeah. I'm definitely not of the feel that for most cases, we have to keep a track of everybody's sins and find the work that is perfectly pure. I definitely understand why people would be hands-off against certain big-name authors these days with recent news events. But there are plenty of things where you read a thing, you watch a thing, it's not impacting as much. Heck. This might come as a surprise to folks, but even me, even I've got skeletons in my closet. Now, I'm not saying that I'm any Rowling or that Rowling could be forgiven. I'm just saying that for lower scales things, if I ever get the bravery to publish, then who knows? Maybe someday, even I will have exes from sloppy relationships where neither of us are really the good guy come in with their sides. Which isn't to, you know, minimize, like, stuff with Gaiman, stuff with Bill Cosby. But sometimes folks are complex. And sometimes they get stuck in a rock. Stay right there, perfect. 3,000 rounds of ammo in a very light helicopter. How have I not gotten that one? Buzz around with this. Well. And I should be able to make the South Koreans a little bit happier after a while. Just gotta make sure they don't lock onto me and blast me out of the sky. They might actually like me more under the North Korean disguise with how much they hate me. Another helicopter.
There's a number card nearby. Check your radar for the location.
I'll come back to you, 4 of diamonds. I got a mission first. You have one ex who feels you were bad to her, one who doesn't you think would be fine. Yeah, not every bad relationship is a skeleton. After all, not everyone goes roofying people or dallying with their subordinates. I've definitely had some super sloppy relationships, some of whom we patched things up since then, some of whom we probably aren't ever talking again, and that's probably for the better. Okay, now that I'm here with the helicopter, in a place where South Koreans and North Koreans tend to frequent. No, 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 no. Then why am I only getting hostile South Koreans with target on wire? Gotta very slowly shoot these guys to make sure that the South Koreans see that I'm actually doing these killings. Those 2 kills probably just counteracted the one South Korean I ran. Oh, no, 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 no. They're not making it easy on me. I won't be dipping your ink in the company quill. That's a very easy thing for people to just not do if they don't want to complicate the workplace or if they don't want to get in trouble later. Even if they have the best of intentions in heart, there's too many things that go wrong, you know? Like, even if both parties are trying to do things perfectly fine and fair, if it's in the workplace, even if you're doing things perfectly, like, we're just 2 adults, we're treating each other with respect, then you get the question of, well, is this person going to get favorable treatment because they're dating the boss? Are the other co-workers going to get lesser treatment? And so, even if that's not going on, just at the most basic, there is too much complication in dating subordinate that even if there wasn't the issue of power imbalance and the risk of taking advantage of someone who possibly can't say no if there's even the worry that their job is on the line, you know? The one thing I do find funny, though, is the very rare occasions where you'd be like, someone who feels like they were taken advantage of because they were dating a rock star or an actor for a while, and they have so much more money and social power over them that they felt like it was that kind of scenario. It's like, but you were a groupie. You went after them because they were a rock star or an actor. You don't really expect that it was going to end up with a long-time loving relationship. I thought you were going after them because it's like whoever so-and-so. Which has nothing to do with here or there, but I just think it's funny in that case. In the rare times that does happen. Every single truck here has to have guided missiles. You know, I might as well just pay the bribe to the gate guard. How far away am I? Baseline 0. It is still flat. It's not that dying counteracted those kills, did it? It still counted. Didn't it? Yeah, I still got like a little bit of bump there. It's just such a tiny bump that it's not doing anything on the faction screen. Oh, they got multiple of them now. They're all spawning in and no North Korean vehicles spawning in. I tried to get around the rock. Okay. Okay. I give up. I'm just gonna pay the gate guard. Another side to it, people spend lots of time at work. And bosses too are quite capable of falling for someone they spend time around. That is true, but they gotta be the adult in the room, you know? Is it reasonable to expect they never pursue that kind of relationship? I have to be the grumpy grump and say, in a workplace environment, if you're somebody's boss, or you're the interviewee recruiting them, yes. I have to say yes, that the conflict of interest and the power dynamic and the workplace dynamics are too fragile. And either you gotta suck it up and be like, well, I'm not gonna date that person, or you do the adult thing and somebody transfers out. If you're not somebody's boss, recruiter, interviewer, whatever, then it's not an issue. If you really care about that person, and you really want to pursue them, you think they're the bee's knees, but you're their boss, transfer out. Put yourself in a different department. Get a job elsewhere if you have to. If you really want to pursue that relationship and keep it copacetic. I mean, heck. One of my boyfriend's co-workers was in that exact situation last year. Last year, the year before. Wherein the co-worker started dating their boss. But their boss wasn't the best of dates. And once they broke up, the retaliations afterwards, treating that co-worker so much shittier after they broke up. And HR likes to protect the company, so HR wasn't really willing to do anything, so they kinda had to suck it up until the boss left, since they were only at that store temporarily anyway. You know, this area seems a whole lot safer than Ishan. There's still North Koreans that come by here, but there's fewer Tau missiles. So the what? No, collateral damage. Who got that civilian within the path of my bullet? Well, I tried, then I mucked it up again. And no other North Korean soldiers spawning in. What are these guys doing just hanging around a gunfight? Right, hold on. I forgot there's a whole matter of everybody shooting at me. I can't exactly walk my way down to the front door. Mercenary hired by the Allies, rumor cannot be confirmed, huh? Grab the gate guard. 100,000 money!
You've convinced the South Koreans you're not a threat anymore.
You see why I would have preferred to just kill a bunch of people until they got happy again. I gotta blow up so many more tanks and everything now.
No, Mr. Garrett.
I need media training. Repeat after you. The terrorists were using a civilian as a shield. The refugee camp? No. I can't even make a joke like that with how real that is.
Sorry, Colonel Garrett. I assure you the CIA has no ambition.
Either way, the South Koreans would have seen right through it.
Can't speak for the South Koreans, of course. Will you excuse me, please? I have an important report coming in. Listen to me, damn it. You get any more of my men killed, and you won't be able to set foot in Kusong without getting turned into hamburger. Are we clear? Good. Now then, we don't find a way to slow the Chinese down, they'll take Pyongyang and I'll have to fold. I need someone to drive down to Nampo and blow up their entire fuel depot.
Their
That means
entire
every truck,
fuel depot.
every tank, and that big refinery they got.
After I went ahead and blew up so many South Korean troops and machinery for the
Thinks I'm gonna
Chinese.
sit here and let him roll right on over this whole place. He's got another thing coming.
Ammo.
Hey, you want one of those? You gotta pay for it. Nice though, huh?
South Korea going poof anyway, doesn't have to in this timeline. If you have the South Koreans as a faction you help the most, then you could get an ending in which the North and South Koreas unify under South Korea's protection. I've never got the ending though, because for some reason every single ending I get ends up Russian mafia.
The man wants me to blow stuff up? Good. I could use a nice simple contract.
Right, a simple contract for a complicated mercenary.
Destroy 3 fuel depots. Here, come with me, you're my witness. Nobody wants the man that got... Oh. I got a time limit. Beaver wants to drive up the gas prices for the Chinese, 3 fuel depots, and 10 trucks to do the trick. Blow them up and he'll explode your bank account. Destroy 3 fuel depots, find or destroy 10 Chinese fuel trucks, and complete objectives before Chinese reinforcements arrive for bonus. $500 for each second before reinforcements. South Korea in a demographic death spiral that probably can't be recovered except through big gnarly collapse. I don't know. I mean, you could do population analysis, where like, oh my goodness, these populations are getting below replacement, they're not making enough babies. Populations ebb and flow. I mean, even in places where the birth rate is below replacement, they're still having births, people still making babies, people immigrating in. America lost, like, how many whole percents of the population ignoring COVID, and somehow bounces back? Russia feeds how many of its viral adult males into the meat grinder? Still somehow finds more people? 6 minutes to go. Did I choose a... I chose a... Let me just restart this mission. It's not the worst of routes I could have taken. It's just a very roundabout way to get there. Because it's not like fertility numbers get low, and then the country stops existing. It just ends up that certain societal balances change. Different, like, societal or economic supplies and demands ebb and flow. So it's not like, oh my goodness, if they don't make more babies, then there's going to be nobody to do all these things. It might just end up that for a little while, less of a certain thing can be done, and then things bounce back from there. Especially since we haven't really been doing population analysis for all that many decades. So it's not like we have, like, historical precedent for watching numbers get into a death spiral and then the country collapses. If anything, lots of countries have been able to bounce back quite impressively after more direct population devastation than a slowdown of babies. South Korea, in particular, is a very urban country. like, isn't pound for pound like most folks in Seoul and some big cities. More rural areas or suburban areas or smaller ones in general that aren't really relying on having a dense urban population to like super maintain a bunch of resources, maintain a bunch of services, I mean, tend to absorb it a bit better. Plenty of fuel trucks, but I want a tank. I got 10 minutes to do 10 fuel trucks. 5 minutes to do 10 fuel trucks. You guys do have tanks here, don't you? So, big, heady topics I'm trying to get at. Basically getting down to say that even if things get below replacement far enough that, like, say, at the extreme, Seoul becomes a ghost town, people are still there. It mostly just shifts some balance. I am gonna get killed. Maybe pulling a tank directly from the place where all the tanks are wasn't the best idea. Well then, Wither, maybe it's for the best then, that South Korea gets the winning ending for this game.
Wants me to blow stuff up? Good. I could use a nice, simple contract.
Right, a simple contract for a complicated mercenary.
This is gonna be another situation where, if I had brought a tank in ahead of time, this would have been the easiest thing in the world. I could just piss off the Chinese. If I have a tank, I could try to shoot from a distance and blow everything up, without having to get close enough for them to realize, hey, that's Matthias, we hate him now. But that would require tanks casually just hanging around. And this mission seems to be a tankless task. No, that was just a timer. I heard the beep and started scanning the map because I thought that was the card nearby notification. But then Theo didn't see anything.
There are the depots. Plan your attack carefully, because more troops will probably show up when the fireworks start. The Chinese are using Nampo to resupply their HQ at the airport and the garrison at Haeju. The fuel trucks will be driving around there.
At a lack of any actual tank or even tow missile APC around, what was that, just a regular thing? Then here go. You guys don't see anything, you guys don't see anything. They don't see, they don't see, they don't see. Anybody could have done that. I like how the sound of the fence breaking overwrote the sound of the actual explosion. If it's in self-defense, they can't get mad at me. They're the ones that started shooting first. Where'd that even come from? Who's got the RPG? Health kit. Health kit. These guys are way too comfortable shooting RPGs at close range. Well, I've already done plenty of jobs for the Chinese. I'll simply make them happier in the next map.
Good, you've taken out all of the depots.
Thought I heard a car behind me. Another RPG! Did he blow himself up? I don't see him. Hope he did. They're not very happy with me now. They're only neutral. Neutral isn't bad. Neutral means that they're okay with me. They could be okay with me after I blow up all their fuel. Out of grenades. 3 more fuel trucks. 2 minutes to get 3 more fuel trucks. They probably got some down there. They do. That's a cluster of some right there. If they're parked, that means there's nobody in it. If there's nobody in it, that means they can't get mad at me. With 1:45 to go. You don't think that's how people getting upset works? Imperialist warmongers is what they're saying, not imperialist wankers. They can get mad at me. They could. There is that possibility. But they're merely unfriendly. They don't approve of what I was doing, and they have very stern opinions, but aren't really going to do anything about it. But I somehow didn't get them hostile, despite very openly and very publicly blowing up their entire fuel area. And now that the South Koreans don't actually hate me yet, could try to get them up from unfriendly to neutral. Just to get the different voice lines when Buford gives me the mission. I also like going to the HQ to collect missions more than the Grand Theft Auto thing that Just Cause 2 does, where I walk all the way out to a phone booth in the middle of nowhere, and the faction leader drives up in a car or a truck anyway to tell me what to do. If they're gonna drive up anyway, does it have to be a phone booth? If I gotta talk to the faction leader anyway, do I have to have them drive out to the front of a military base that wants them dead? Vampire, can I come in, pedant? I don't know, can you? In that scenario, the vampire breaks vampire rules and just bites their neck in frustration.
There's a number card nearby. Check your radar for the location.
Fantastic news, Adriana. Colonel 1J Gao, the feared, cruel, and ruthless commander, also known as the King of Diamonds, was captured last night. Persistent reports of the involvement of mercenaries hired by the Allies cannot be confirmed.
They're in yellow. They're in neutral. All I really needed. Just for the new voice line. He gets pissed at unfriendly, nonchalant at yellow, sings your praises at green, and all the factions are like that. Can't be bothered to do the same for the Russians though, since I don't want to lock myself out of the Merchant of Menace in the first place. Oh, my back.
General Song is a father to the Korean people.
Okay, but it's been another 2.5 hours of stream, so I gotta get myself a little BRB here. Haven't actually dipped into my cups with how much excitement this game is giving me. So probably won't be too long of a BRB. Back in a second, enjoy the view.
한국 국민들, 우리나라를 뺏으러 온 외국 악마들과 말을 마십시오. 송사령관님이 우리 태극기 아래 하나로 뭉칠 것이오. 땅은 한국 민족에게 속한 것이오.
The cats are being well behaved today, so while it's not quite time for their midday meal, their mid-afternoon meal, I gave them both the small piece of ham that's going into tonight's dinner, finally making use of that giant chunk of bone-in butt portion.
다시 돌아와서 일을 찾는 거군. 어? 왜
First
그렇게 아버지를
principles.
죽였는지 이해가 안 돼.
소은 서양 걸 싫어해. 나만이 서양 식인 걸 정말 싫어해. 그리고 똑같은 일이 이 나라에도 생길까 봐 더
They're
싫어.
planning something, always with her. Toasty is especially very intelligent and devotes his efforts to trying to figure out what's food, how to get into food.
Was hit by NK anti-aircraft over Hook Day Moon. He ditched somewhere behind the Black Gate. If you can get behind North Korea's most fortified
This is a mission I was
get my
thinking
man
about.
out and turn that fighter into scrap
Rescue the
before Song gets
pilot,
hands on it, you will be
destroy
my
the
best
plate the plane, and extract him. The other one we did for the AN was pretty simple. Just get 3 guys,
Take that plane apart and sell its secrets to the highest bidder.
destroy some SAM batteries, and that's it. And get out in time. Anything else to interact with?
Wish to hell that pilot had gotten his plane a few thousand yards south. But you play the hand you're dealt.
Nope, nothing here to play with this time. That's part of the reason why Fennec is very, very grumpy with Toasty a lot lately. Is he's very food motivated, and he is very intelligent, and that gets him in so much trouble.
The pilot should be nearby. Is it just me, or is Buford starting to not like you?
Well, I killed all of his guys.
Well, you tell him to get in line behind everyone else.
Does Buford not like you, she says, after I had to bribe the South Korean gate guard $100,000 just to talk to Buford again after I slaughtered so many of his troops. At least there's no time limit to get over here. But that doesn't mean it's not going to be complex. Rescue the pilot, blow the plane up. Easy contract. As long as no one else finds the plane first. Find and destroy downed aircraft, find the pilot, return the pilot. Fun thing about playing this several years after the last time is only having fragments of how missions went. Could be a narrow timer shows up the moment I get close. Could be it's actually not a complicated mission at all, and I simply have memories of being bad at the game the first time playing. Same place as the Allied UH-60 that landed there. They have got to stop running their planes and helicopters over this area. They keep going down to the same place. Is this actually going to end up being so much easier than I remembered? Where'd that come from? I heard rocket, I felt boom. Plane's easy enough though. Grenade.
There's the plane, but I'm not picking up any sign of the pilot.
Another rocket man? Are they putting all those rocket RPG guys there to encourage me to just blast it?
Excellent. Let the North Koreans sift through that if they want any intel on the plane. Good news. I've located the pilot. The bad news is, so have the North Koreans. It looks like they're taking him to the Black Gate. That fortress is heavily defended.
That was a complication. Gotta catch up to him. Gotta catch up to him before they get there. And I'm off to a very good start with that. My car. Smart play is, since you know that he's going to go to Hikdu Moon, to get there before blowing up the plane and flatten things out, then turn around and blow it up.
There's a number card nearby.
Not now, card! Gotta rescue a pilot first. There he is, there he is. And that looked like a shiny tank below that hill there. As does that.
Looks like he's alive and in one piece.
Get in, get in, get in!
Let's go. Locked and loaded.
Gonna get shot at so much on the way out. Yeah, that's heavy. You know, given how often in this game you call in a helicopter to pick up a high-value target you picked up, couldn't I call in a helicopter to extract these pilots I keep having to rescue? I could maybe understand for this mission, since it's supposed to be like a spy plane pilot, so maybe the AN doesn't want to acknowledge him. But even the last time was just like regular troops.
That's a pretty big chunk of change for a nice leisurely mission.
You know, I didn't stop to look to see if there's any bonus for that mission, but I don't think there was. But we do have 2 known diamonds close by. Could try to grab them. Lieutenant Yong Son So, 4 of diamonds. Fax machine spit out a whole stack of CIA documents. Most of the text has been blacked out, but what's left is obvious that the documents pertain to last known whereabouts of Lieutenant Yong Son So, 4 of diamonds, responsible for deploying RPGs, SAMs, and TOWs to General Chang's men, operating just west of Ichon. Imagine if there was a system in place in this game where if this is the guy responsible for deploying RPGs, SAMs, TOWs, that if I were to capture or verify him, that you would see fewer RPGs, SAMs, and TOWs. Captain Peng Cho Yu, 5 of diamonds. Phone call from Alder Stone, CIA station chief in Hong Kong. Instructed to reveal the CIA's suspicions regarding the current whereabouts of Captain Peng Cho Yu, 5 of diamonds, north of the Black Gate, Hook Day Moon. You was head of General Chang's Military Intelligence Division. Be ready for anything. North of the Black Gate. Can't be this guy then, because Hook Day Moon should be this. So if it's north, I'm going to assume that it's probably this over here, below the plateau. There's a nice big bridge there that you could drop down, and then shimmy, shimmy, shimmy down the valley. And then there's Pyongyang, There's that over there. Remember when Ichon had helicopters? Those were good times. Still in yellow. I do want to get him to friendly before... I was gonna kill those guys for you! That's rude. They call that kill stealing back in the Mud's days. Well, I got the financial credit, but I don't care about that. Man, I'm just wasting bullets trying to get these guys as they crawl out. Here. You guys follow with them. Yeah, should be right over there. There is a tank close by that I could bring in. These diamonds tend to be a fair bit rougher than the clubs were. And I do want all of them alive. Verifying the photo of a corpse is not going to be sufficient.
안녕하세요.
There to up? Because that looks steep. Oh, below me. I was trying to see how to get up there. AK. This guy's not too bad. What's the 7 about again? Got intel on everybody but the 10. Commander for his Air Cavalry Division. Can be found personally leading any air escorts for General Chang. You sure? 7? Because he's down there in a box canyon. The only tough part with this one is trying not to shoot the 7 by mistake. What's that over there? APC. Truck. I'll be fine. Landing zone not clear. Then I guess I'll clear some of this out. There, how about now? No? I think they're just being particular about the route coming in. They didn't want to come from over the mountain because they get stuck sometimes. Still no. Bedtime? Enjoy the bedtime weather. Thank you for hanging out. I think what I have to do is simply load this guy into a car and drive him someplace flatter. This seems flat enough though. Maybe that's the real influence of his air cavalry influence. He knows that if he gets in here, then I'll have a few places to land the helicopter. He's trying to minimize his capture.
I am taking enemy fire.
That'll be fine, only small arms. Nothing but medical. Normally I would love that, but I want ammo right now. My poor gun's about to run out. Yeah, and you got 2 heavy machine guns hanging off your sides. Use them. Pretty sure as part of your combat mission, you expect to take heavy enemy fire. I'm giving them the easy jobs.
I am taking enemy fire.
Easy 50,000. Half of the cost of bribing the South Koreans. Anybody in this? There is. Flattened the poor guy. Well, they're not paying me to play Rescue or Revenge. And there's nobody left in the truck to witness. So, if they want to chase me out this way, where I can get some South Korean witnesses to verify these kills for me. They seem to be missing a big chunk of fence there.
안녕하세요.
I don't think they gotta worry so much about guarding that one gate. Oh, is it going away now? The moment that I get some backup, they run away, the cowards! Fine, where's the next? Next target. To the west of Ichon. Give me one of these. Wanna get that into green. We've heard his pissed off voice, we've heard his neutral voice, we haven't heard the love me voice yet. And I'm pretty sure that he's only got his face card mission left. Still yellowing. Nice of the South Koreans to drive all the way up here if I follow them out. Why have they got missions going up to Hook Day Moon? In 1s and 2s. They can't hope to take it all on themselves with just one truck at a time. Gonna get that tank. What is all I had to hear? Except they have another tank behind too. Out, Matthias, out! exactly 1 bullet left in my gun. I could hang around here all day. But first we gotta make some actual progress. Though picking a super slow tank probably isn't the best way to do it. Like, I could blow these guys up with no witnesses, there's no credit. It would have been more useful if those South Korean trucks and their drivers were still there. One truck was, but no survivors. Littering this road with my abandoned Humvees. Didn't get money or kill credit for that. Is it because they tapped it first? They tapped it first, they got the kill? He was turning his gun around to fire on me, even though he saw me shoot, he knew who I was. He was following me out here. Okay, this way isn't working. It's too slow both to drive it and to build up anything, so... out I go. Hey, first aid truck. That's a rarity. Let's just... all the way there, but where's the Allied MASH? Allied MASH isn't too far. If I chose to medevac. A whole $1,000. But if you guys got any more supply crates around here, gotta actually buy some of my own? What have you got? Carbine, frag, C4. C4 and ammo, gimme.
Okay, I'm on my way.
Should I try to hijack the helicopter?
Special delivery.
Oh, he's too high up, they know. Their way of making sure I don't steal from them is just staying too high up. But I could snipe them. It takes skill, so it's not just a freebie each time.
What are you doing?
So one we saw on the ridgeline. Does the North Korean army even understand the point of helicopters? They keep flying them too high for me to capture. Oh, just AN plus. I saw the green and got excited. Almost there? They gotta be almost to friendly territory now. Another save, just in case I kill the guy. The only save scumming I'm willing to do for this is if the VIP dies. That is just inconceivable. Matthias might be a Swede with an appetite for destruction, but he also needs to get paid. Don't get... He's... The target is also a close-range, in-your-face RPG blaster. Helicopter? Helicopter. Gimme, gimme! Andre can't help you now. This is my baby. I'm gonna call her Luisa. We'll do a lot of killing, you and I, Luisa. Not clear. That's what I thought. That's the Maya. There he is. It took him a while, so for a second I thought he was stuck in the mountain or something. It's one of those stealth helicopters. Four of diamonds captured.
Good job.
Which one's the 4 again? Overseeing the manufacturing and deployment of RPG launchers, surface-to-air missiles, and tube-launched, optically tracked, wire-guided missiles, TOWs. I would explain why he's perfectly willing to blow himself up like that. Hello? What do I see here? They got some C4 here. But they've also got a weapon of mass destruction. And there's also a national treasure on this roof. 2 things for me. Crystal candlesticks. For the Chinese to like me a bit more. E-Botox virus for South Korean affinity. I don't know whose RPG that was, but I was not going to stick around with this flimsy thing. But these guys get a little bit closer. Who are they shooting at? They're my targets. You turning left? Oh, the lucky devil, he's turning left. Keep coming, further on, further on, further on. I could just follow this truck. Who's he shooting at? Not me. Surely not me. South Korea is in green, finally. Okay, but I want to find more of these decks. Hookday Moon, north of Hookday Moon, south of DMZ where I started, station just south of Hookday Moon, southeast of Kaesong, north of Haeju. Well, Kaesong is right here. Southeast isn't too far away. So I can hover around for a bit till the disguise shows up. That him, maybe? Fiona, what do you say? No card found nearby? So they have a bunker and command post here. But no card. Southeast is very broad and could mean so much. Well, I guess this would be it then. There's also a SAM nearby. He's behind the SAM, and there's all those tanks. Alright, let's dance up. Which card is this? They're making me actually earn it. Look at how many are coming out of there. No! Oh, come on! Come on! Oh man, I had a helicopter and everything. Was gonna blast them all up.
The Four of Diamonds was captured earlier today after a fierce battle with Allied troops.
That one is gonna be a fierce one.
And the fight to stop it cost several Allied soldiers their lives.
We know where he is, so I could try for it. Or we could just do the next South Korea mission while I'm here. And then we'll go to try to clean up with all the other cards. There's another truck sneaking along the left here. Don't think I've forgotten about you. Where'd you get to? Vanished. Turned around to the front, maybe? Where is he? I hear shooting, but don't see shooting. They just don't want me to participate is all that's going on. Master of none. Jack time then.
Well now, my secret weapon. Hope you like the money we've been paying you, because I got a ton more where that came from.
Sweet talking me, another in the green.
Colonel Gian, the Jack of Diamonds, is holed up in a mountain fortress shelling this whole area with heavy artillery. He's got a gun aimed at Seoul he's been dying to use, and since his master's song has got the AN all tied up, he's decided now's as good a time as any to murder tens of thousands of civilians. Need I say more?
Doesn't, but I still gotta find what around here could I play with.
I hear they're building an even bigger gun, a super gun. Fires radioactive shells, just what I need.
Foreshadowing. Pretty sure that's for the ace for this chapter. Fighting cabinet.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Oh, you know I've killed people smarter and tougher than you rifling through my filing cabinets.
Alright, let's go save Seoul.
용병이다.
Gunship support costs money. Stealth fighter attack costs money. Stealth bomber, 200,000.
Your objective is to destroy all the artillery before Seoul is leveled. Jack of Diamonds, eh? Have we got a plan this time?
Yeah, I'm just gonna shoot some bad guys, throw some grenades, verify the colonel, then I'm gonna order my custom-built Lamborghini with diamond-encrusted wheels.
멈춰!
Jack of Diamonds turns his artillery on Seoul. Gotta stop him before too many innocents die. Destroy all NK artillery before 25,000 civilians are killed. And then verify the Jack. The card value definitely doesn't always imply difficulty of the mission. Between the King, Queen, and Jack for this suit, I would say that we saved the more tough one for last. Queen was pretty tricky, since it's in a tight area, swarming in submachine guns. King, I hardly even remember. I just played that like an hour ago. Who did the Chinese send me after? That was after Propaganda Village.
I'm tracking the current casualties in the city. If you don't stop the shelling before 25,000 civilians are killed, we will pull the plug on this operation.
We're up to 40 now. So we got plenty of time to spare. It's kind of like an upwards countdown for this one. Now, of course, it doesn't impact your pay. Nothing bad happens if you end up finishing the mission at 24,999. But how could we let innocent lives get shelled? We gotta stop it.
There's a number card nearby. Check your radar for the location.
That's probably the just south of Hookday Moon. And hey!
Artillery in the hills.
Just for us, they've opened the gates. I'm taking that tank. Pretty sure the more I destroy, the slower the casualty count gets. Move, cursor. Okay, I'm not hitting them from here. It's already up to 4,400 after all. Another one there, one right across the way. Come on, that's gotta hit. Who is trying to slow down my destruction? $6,000. They tricked me. They thought that with that cash income from blowing up a vehicle that isn't the gun, that I was going to get fooled, and I almost was. Alright, it does feel like it slowed down a little bit. It was jumping up super fast, now it's stuck on 7,394. But there's still 3 guns more to go. Wait, no, this is bad, this is bad, no. I forgot all about the giant canyon that divides the Black Gate. Well, guess who started the mission over from the beginning? Just means we get to try to do it faster.
Is to destroy all the artillery before Seoul is leveled. Jack of diamonds, eh? Have we got a plan this time?
Yeah, I'm just gonna shoot him back.
Another case of if I only had a helicopter.
Order my custom-built Lamborghini with diamond-encrusted wheels.
If I had a helicopter, it'd be so quick to get around. Now, if I was playing on my own sub, then I would be taking the time to spend like 10 minutes, half an hour trying to procure a helicopter, and then starting the mission, or trying to maintain a helicopter across several missions. There's certain very rare helicopters, especially in the second map, where if you got it, you do kind of want to do as much as you can with it. There's one that shows up in a very late Russian mission. That's the only kind of its helicopter.
Stop the shelling before 25,000 civilians are killed. We will pull the plug on this operation.
There's plenty of SAMs, and I'm sure that this big baby could manage it. The LHX light attack helicopter, 4 anti-tank, 2 anti-air, and 500 of these big boys. If nothing else, it'll get me up there faster. Just gotta keep a low profile to keep the SAMs out of the way.
There's the artillery in the hills. You've destroyed the first battery.
Enjoy all that crunchy audio, because I am not gonna swap. There'll be more tanks on that side too.
There's a heavy concentration of AA up ahead, so be careful.
Oh, well. Don't need this anymore. $3,000, making much better time this time. That guy's got an anti-tank gun? Nice. Sniped it. And that one in the fog? Could I get in the fog? Nice. Well, since I'm on this gun, the countdown's not gonna continue, right? How is a countdown continuing if I'm on the last gun? I'm not shooting towards Seoul.
That should be all of the artillery. Wait, what's that?
Oh, they got more helicopters for me. Come on forward. Thank you. Oh, the casualty count. The casualty count is still going because that's not the last one. Oh, look at that baby! Where's the jammer?
My God, how could the Allies have missed that gun? You've got to destroy it.
Bunker buster? Cruise missile strike. Don't break my baby. Don't break my baby. Via satellite for this one. $5,000 casualties even. I did the best I could. The test artillery gun. Before I go for him, let me wipe everybody else out here. It helps if I actually aim on people. There's a jack. They've also got a little tunnel there for people to pop out of. As long as nobody touches my helicopter, this will be a clean exit. No smoke. No Pope decided on yet.
Roger, this is Expo 2. I am in the air.
Cobalt 60 infused headphones. How's the audio quality? Who? Don't you dare, that cost me money. Where'd I drop them? I had to sprint from all the way down there to make sure the RPG artist didn't destroy my flight. It costs, what is it, 25,000 if these things break? That's money that could be going to airstrikes, to weapon resupply.
Too bad they never know my name.
So now you want fortune and fame?
Fortune, yes. Fame, not so much.
Jian captured 150 smooth ones. Gunship support 2 unlocked. And now all that leaves is every lower card remaining. Major Myung, Han Kim, 10 of Diamonds. We've reported a report from British Intel. They think Major Kim is operating somewhere north of Haeju. Intel's only a few hours old. Good chance he's still there. Major Kim was one of the most experienced military men in North Korea. Run the troops of the DMZ for 10 years. We've seen lots of action. Stay frosty. And General Chul Kang, Ace of Diamonds. The contract for General Chang is now available. This isn't going to be an easy mission. Chang's a sinister madman, responsible for testing chemical weapons on his own people. Chang is also in control of Song's supergun. Chemical weapons and the ability to deliver them anywhere in a 1,000-mile radius is bad news. Next, our protocol reminds us to inform you that anytime you accept a mission that involves a high probability of exposure to chemical, biological, or nuclear weapons. Good news is, pretty sure Chang isn't going to nuke you or give you a virus. But there is going to be plenty of irradiated areas there. Okay, there are a few diamonds in this area. There was one that was practically right up on here. There's still Sam's around, gotta be careful. Terrain comparison specs. Gotta do it this way, just in case he dies. That's another tank down there. Give me a second, 6 of diamonds. Your place isn't too dug in, but it's still a little bit dangerous here. They got more tanks spawning in. Could I break this bunker with just this? Another tank. I might have to drive him out. I'm just gonna be constantly spawning more tanks in. And I can't hijack the vehicle from there. That didn't even tickle it. Well, that's a tank at least. No, I changed my mind, Expo 2, no.
I see your smoke. I'm at the LZ.
Maybe if I'm quick, I can get him out before the helicopter blows up. And then just fly out of here before they manage to get out of that. Six of diamonds.
Colonel Garrett is going to be happy to hear about this.
The ones that are located by a tank spawning point are really difficult because those things are infinite. They got a whole factory in there, just constantly churning out more and more tanks. So what's gonna count for... North of Heiju, north of Black Gate. I'm assuming is the one between the Black Gate and Pyongyang to the west.
There's a number card nearby. Check your radar for the location.
They got their own artillery, but they're not the Jack of Diamonds, so they don't get the fame, they don't get as much stress to get rid of them. But I still must get them alive. Still must get them alive, so... Save. See, this isn't anywhere near as tricky. I'm sure getting up here might have been, but there's no infinitely respawning tanks to make me worry about my health or the health of the extraction helicopter. There's not even a tiny tunnel to infinitely replenish small arms troops. So, cheat code? So it's a walk in the park practically. It's so much quieter with nobody here. There's a few guys driving around there, but apart from that... Unless there's a rocket guy hiding in that tower there. Good place to drop the smoke. Oh, that was my help. What are you guys doing? It's important to pick your landing spot wisely, not just for where the landing is, but it basically spawns a helicopter behind you. So it might be worth keeping awareness of what mountain ranges are around you, and maybe throwing your smoke in such a way that they'll come in from the valley side and not the sharp mountain side. I saw the rotors spinning behind my own and thought that was more enemy helicopters coming in, and not the AN helicopter getting into a fight with the mountain behind me. What is this? Almost missed this. Incense case? I thought my helicopter was far enough away to not get blown up. I gotta walk now? Also, what's the new cheat code? Play as a North Korean elite. Left, left, right, right, down, 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 up. I misremembered it. Down, 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 up.
Need a band-aid.
There. Now they'll think I'm one of them. It's entirely cosmetic. There's no actual gameplay difference of who you're playing as. At least as far as the cheat code disguises go. Cheat code costumes go. Another big, big gun here. Don't want that pointed my way when I escape. Oh, that's a trailer. I saw the wheels, but didn't recall a vehicle there. Given the artillery pointed down, maybe the difficulty would have been driving up from over here. I got plenty of ammo. But it's health I need right now, not more gun. RPG, anti-tank rockets. I like that grunt he sometimes does, it just sounds like, oh. 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 I'm dying? And that puts me right outside Pyongyang. No. Oh. I honked my horn. I tried to move. Don't they know these giant trucks are dangerous? I can't see people in front of me. And then we put one in the hands of every questionable driver. Did I just get a tutorial update on what happens if I kill civilians? Help. Weapons data? No, just for the anti-air rocket. Locks onto, tracks targets, air targets. Not effective against armored vehicles. It had both types of rockets in there then, because I thought I picked up the anti-tank, but I guess I picked the anti-air instead.
Colonel Song will wipe this plague from our homes.
You guys like North Korean cargo trucks, right? Have another.
Подохни, собака! Наемник!
Okay, for this next set, I do want to grab myself a helicopter, so I'm gonna be the petulant child and say that we don't get to continue until I get my helicopter. That one's too far away. You. Get out. Get out so you don't shoot my helicopter up. How about this one? Is it below the hill? Yeah. How much to order one? I got allies for 52,000. That's the only helicopter option I have. It's kind of slow though. Oh, had I walked to the hill, it would have been right over me. That's still too high to grab. Get lower, get lower, get lower. Come on, come on. Not forward. Don't you want to drop down some, so you can catch me easier? Low, low. Got it. One fresh helicopter. All the ammo it needs, all the health it needs. So where to first? West of Nampo, north of Haeju, southeast of Kaesong. Haven't... Oh, no. That's gonna be the one that's covered in tanks, isn't it? South of the DMZ. Let's go there. That sounds easy. And we can buzz and tag anybody else en route. Like that madman. With every single tank in the game spawning on him. I could call it an airstrike and try to destroy the bunker. We got plenty of money, but the trouble is that he's pretty much sitting right between the bunker itself that spawns infinite tanks. I'm going the wrong way. But there's a thing behind that. And the SAM battery. Grab it! What's my present? What did Santa get for me? Fine, I'll grab it with my bare hands. Unless it wants to slide away, then I'll get at the bottom of the hill. The Earth itself is trying to reject it. Did it? No, there it is. I thought it despawned and went back to where it came from. Harness ornaments. Kinky. Also, my health's still low. I might want to grab. If I don't see any health stuff around here, I guess I could order some in for myself. This is the hospital, right? Doctors, have you got any health pickups? Health, more C4. I don't see no more C4 to go with my health.
I'm on my way. Special delivery.
That guy tried to kill me? The ones that are relative to Heiju, I'm pretty sure are up in the mountains, so that's a duo of rather tough to extract teeth. I think I'll go this one south of the DMZ. The mountains had to blink. Then grab the one with the infinite spawning tanks. And then we'll try for the double mountain whammy. When I was first playing, I actually found those two on my own. Just exploring around, flying around, seeing some cards pop up, and it turns out they're the toughest ones of this entire area.
Your SNS signal's being jammed. There's a number card nearby.
Save because they all have to be captured alive.
Check your radar for the location.
And like, I wasn't... They're counting the expense when the enemies are the ones who kill them. I didn't shoot them down, I had nothing to do with that. Look at that. AN dropped all the way down to neutral. I had nothing to do with that attack. This is their fight! Nine. I want to get him before the helicopter's gunners do. A little symmetry with the two of diamonds being not too far away from where the two of clubs is found. Oh yeah, there's a jammer. It's the one thing I didn't blow up apparently. I don't see it. Oh, it's not a big truck, is it? This time it's gonna be a little computer jammer maybe? Yeah. That little box. Which means I can't have this guy there. He's gonna get himself blown up. That is a jammer, isn't it? Yeah. Just harder than I remember.
Roger, this is Expo 2. I am in the air.
Any of you guys want to pick this guy up? Just there to stand around, look pretty?
I see your smoke. I'm at the LZ.
Good job.
4 more to go. 2 in the mountains. 1 running tanks. North of Heiju. Southeast Kusong. North of Heiju. West of Nampo. Why is it ripping like a grenade? That's my left trigger when I exit out. They had a gun hiding in the back of that. Well, car's car. 4 more guys to try to find. That would be awful if there was still a random crash and I ended up losing all of yesterday's progress and today's progress. I'm kind of becoming paranoid about it after yesterday. And so I kinda want to exit periodically to make a backup of the hard drive.
Charge! It's the mercenary.
Those guys are goldfish. You drive on up on them, North Korean disguise, they start shooting, honk your horn. Ah, never mind, it's just him. 2 seconds later, disguise pops back up. Him who? Shoot him! So I think that one is southeast of Kusong. Kusong's over there. That's southeast. It's not north of anything. Nampo, Heiju. So north of Heiju, north of Heiju. West of Nampo would only be within this small band. I don't recall anything here, so I think one west of Nampo was here, then one north of Heiju is here. Maybe the other north of Heiju is here-ish? Where am I going? If I go over the mountain, I'm technically where that guy is. I think I have to try for it. If I can get behind him, then that pretty much puts me in a safe place, hidden from the tanks. At least initially. Welcome to how Guinea plays Mercenaries, by turning into a billy goat. Matthias's Swedish upbringing involved a lot of invading the fjords of Norway. Or maybe I'm not going to go up a vertical cliff like that. How about this gentler slope? Put a save down, make sure it doesn't die. Yeah, there he is. Right behind the Sam. Right with the infinitely respawning tanks. The smart play for this one might be to just get him out of there. Down him, load him into a vehicle, get him someplace safer. Come on back out. This does not look very safe. Let's get this guy out of the way first, because there's gonna be some explosions here. How much is this guy worth? This is 3 of diamonds. 3 of diamonds. $50,000. So, if I want to use something to blow this up, has to be cheaper than 50,000. Surgical strike is 40,000. Strategic missiles 60. Might have to do this a hard way then. Got him down the valley, so we should be safe-ish.
Ooh, that was cool.
Infinitely spawning tanks, like I said. There's not much else I can do to stop those tanks coming in. So in lieu of that, I'm going to try to demolish as much as I can out here. And have the AN worry about everything else. That hiss better not come this way.
죽어! 이 토야지 같은 놈! 진입자들 꼭두각시! Charge!
Hey, where's the medic?
Medic? Oh. There we go. Okay, now all I gotta do... Oh, they got more guys coming in this. How obscene is it? And more flak cannons too? After a point, the AN tank should be able to take care of this, but either way, this is not going to be a very safe area to stay. Wouldn't it be tragic if after all this, I go to the target, and the only prompt I have is to verify corpse? Those guys are gonna get themselves killed up there. There's a bit of debris down there, so hopefully he kept his head clear. He's just sliding. It still says pick up captive. Where's the rest of the AN? Do they not see these two guys hiding in the bushes? It's only small arms. That's a whole group over here that they're just ignoring. I thought I blasted that. Evidently not well enough. Okay, don't run this guy over. Okay, as long as all the tanks and cannons are all the way over there, then this spot should be fine.
Clear!
Roger, this is Expo 2. I am in the air.
Like peeling off a scab that doesn't want to come off. Brad, could you move? Don't crash, don't crash! They'll blame me if you crash into yourself.
Good job.
Okay. I have got to stop tapping the L button. 3 more dudes. And they are not going to want to go down easy. Hearing more thump thump thumping. But I'm pretty sure there's a fight going on back there. I'm surprised none of those other helicopters went down. With as many tanks and anti-air guns respawning. Irresponsibly. Stop what he says. He's not trying to stop me. Okay. So that's southeast of Kusong. Kaesong. Pretty sure Buford, for whatever reason, is mixing up two cities. North of Heiju. North of Heiju. West of Nampo. So, that just leaves this cluster. Oh yeah, there's a guy in this car. Was turning into a battering ram, forgetting about the guy who might be exposed to the blast. Is this area north of Heiju? Does this count? I don't see any cards popping up. I would think this would be close enough if that was the case. Nah, nothing here. This one is a dud. There's still an anti-air thing around here, but no actual thing or someone that is defending. Well, we got two entrances. Let's go topside. Sneaky little entrance hidden behind the trees. They have one helicopter up ahead. If I try to find it, we'll get many, many SAMs on us.
Check your radar for the location.
It's the Mercenaries!
Okay, card is up there.
Charge! What are you waiting for?
Support options are back online.
Okay, just anti-air stuff. Not worth stopping and trying to steal one. Oh, this. I remember this now. This is swarming and explosives. The trick with this is to be absolutely careful, because the splash damage here is absolutely obscene. Get in! Ah! All I had to do was... Wait. Did that crash into the missile truck, or did the missile truck try to run me over?
Support options are back online.
Well, the good news is you know where one is. West of Nampo. I'm a bit confused on still. We'll sort it. There's only 3 guys left. I know where 2 are.
Captured Lieutenant Tu Chin Ho, the Tree of Diamonds and General Chang's small arms specialist. Allied intelligence helped make the action a quick and bloodless one.
Trying to pull these couple of cards out from the mountains here. It almost puts them at the quality of an ace mission. At the very least, they're a face card. They're a face mission without a whole mission wrapped around them. Now, if these helicopters want to come lower, they'd make things significantly easier, even with the presence of SAMs.
Your SNS signal's being jammed. Support options are back online.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, there's an officer there anyway, so they're gonna see me regardless. Could I squeeze through?
Thing is about to blow.
It's not quite a truck, but it's better than hoofing it, I guess. Tank. I'll take tank. I'll take tank, but I can't use tank too much here. At least not where we get where I'm going. The moment I try to use this tank, everything in that base is gonna blow up. You coming low, helicopter? Lower, lower, lower. You can do it, I believe in you. If you have luck or skill, you can try to snipe out the pilot. I don't think he wants to be. No, 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 no. He kited me back in. Well, the tank's still okay. There. Small petty cash. If I die and lose $1,000, at least we'll still be in profit.
Your SNS signal's being jammed.
There's a helicopter coming in. If you get low, I can blast you right out of the air. Keep shooting till the red goes away. This guy really squeezed himself into one of the most dangerous places. Other ones are difficult because of everything they're surrounded by to protect them. This is more difficult because of everything they're surrounded by that can kill them. Helicopter shooting at me.
Need a band-aid.
If I park this here, with a capital S, it should be safe. They really are trying to run us over with these trucks. Don't they remember that they are big, big boom? If I blow them up, they become biggest big, big boom.
Can I get a medic?
They must really hate their boss. Okay. It seems like they're happy to come out of their driving positions to shoot at me now. Which is a lot better than what they were doing before. Civi guy, you might want to get out of there. I don't know how you got this deep in. It might seem like overkill to drag him this far away, but trust me, it is not. He's trying to be Easter appropriate.
What options are back online?
Another helicopter. Oh, it's actually going low. Don't mind if I do then. I'll take the Mi-2 light attack helicopter. That's only got 14 rockets on it, but a disguise is a disguise.
Roger, this is Expo 2. I am in the air.
The mountains, I was gonna say, might be able to protect him from the flak cannons. "20 HP. And a stunning lack of rockets.
Good job.
Okay, before I go anywhere. How am I looking on C4? 3? In that case, more ally supply drop. Give me ammo. Give me C4.
Okay, I'm on my
Give
way.
me health.
Special delivery.
Even just my carbine is running out of ammo pretty fast. Full captures so far, just 8 and 10 remain. To save. I drop so many saves when it's time to go after cards. Primarily, I want the disguise. Nobody could see me out here. So where is it? Any day now, vehicle disguise. Is it not happening? Are we not making vehicle disguises happen anymore? Well, I guess I'll go up the mountain.
There's a number card nearby. Check your radar for the location. Your SNS signal.
These are the teeth I have to pull. Down, and ditch. Back to no health. I didn't need that anyway. I'm still being shot at. Hey. I got blown up just as soon as I grabbed it. Even just trying to come in the front way is really, really difficult. Can I make this? I'm gonna try to just go down by the road then. Gonna drive my way up there. Of course, there'll still be the issue of not just getting up there alive, but trying to get... That's the 10, right? That's gotta be the 10. Trying to get him out alive too. Infiltrating in there is only half the challenge. Back into this valley of death. Helicopter, forget about it. Just don't get smushed against a vehicle this time again. This time there wasn't an enemy smush, but I just got unlucky with my reporter car. Is the other one going to be on that little bump by the river? By the sea? I'm not hearing the another car nearby message, so I guess not. Oh, they got a helicopter! Gimme, it's a good one too. Come on, you pushed me out of the way! That's incredibly rude. This attempt is not off to a great start. And they have another one of those flat cannon things there too.
Your SNS signal's being jammed.
Oh, there's the WMD fell.
Fall back.
I am right about dead. Rocket engine. Maybe I'll clear this area out, clear it of helicopters, and just get another health resupply in. I do remember how back in the day the audio could sometimes swallow itself. So maybe the way the audio gets crunchy sometimes with lots of explosions is just the emulator experiencing a flavor of that. More helicopter coming in. If all I need is health, medical is only 2,000. Too many rockets are too comfortable around here. How many are... They're just spotting nothing but RPGs now. Where did my health drop go? It's upside down. Once I turn around, they're gonna be deeply upset that they mess with me. Just gonna keep on moving. I've spent enough time over there now. And there's a tank. I guess I'm taking the tank. Guess I know there's a card nearby. I'll get it as soon as I get something to help me survive it. The audio really doesn't know what to do with itself now that all this stuff is layered on top of each other. So maybe whether I survive or die here, I'll just go ahead and exit and make a backup of the hard drive to avoid any potential crashes and 2 days of progress erasing like yesterday's bug kind of led to. With all these tanks coming out, this is another infinitely spawning tank bunker, isn't it? It is. Their sheer manufacturing output in these bunkers. Clearly, they have got to put this warring behind Because even if these aren't the best tanks, they're pushing out how many dozens an hour?
Damn it! Gotta bail!
I mean, look at this. It's a near endless parade of tanks. And a fucking helicopter above me. Nothing I could have done about that. It was helicopter and tank.
Support options are back online.
Just in case it gets super buggy. Let me save. Save successful. Put out for a second. I'm sure that after making the fix that I made, that I shouldn't expect this emulator to crash again and corrupt all the saves. But it happening once is reason enough to be paranoid about it happening. Copy here, just to ensure I have a backup again. I'll give it one more attempt. With all those infinite tanks coming in, I think what I need to do is just get a vehicle disguise and stick with it. North Korean vehicle disguise. But they have an officer early on. I could bypass it taking the other road maybe. And then just try to drive all the way upwards. Still amazed AN is as low as it is.
Major Chu Ho Kim, General Chang's chief of staff, a former cabinet minister in President Kim's government.
Haven't been acted against the AN at all. Approach a firefight they're involved in. North Koreans blows down one of their helicopters. And I lose half, a whole half, of the AN's fondness. Good going, Humvee driver. Did you guys not have a three-way fight, but I'm just trying to drive in here? It hasn't been in this state for a while. That road's been very clear. So kinda checking in just to make sure it actually did save my progress. Because the past few times I'm going down, that road's been bare. Even after loads and loads of reloads. So the road over there to the right takes me where I want to go. It's a shorter way to it. Or there is a North Korean officer in the way. And that'll break my civilian disguise do not shoot me thing. If I go the longer path, it might be safer. If just for lack of losing my disguise. Looking for collectibles. But this way has a fight to go through. It's fine, just depress. Just depress. The North Koreans can't be too bad. Even they're trying not to hurt the reporters. So one way is shorter and has an officer to break disguises. The other is longer and has a tense firefight to get through, with explosives flying all around. All these endless tanks. Even if I captured that tank fairly easily. Parade is coming soon enough. Don't you dare break my disguise. He was gonna crash into me. They have one civilian truck, just makes a loop around here. Infinitely spawning tanks. 2 helicopters. I wonder if I could use one of those guns to break the bunker. Oh well. If I'm lucky, this should have enough firepower to demolish this. If it can, it'll at least be no more tanks. So far, I don't think it's working though. Do they not recognize this is a valid target to shoot at? Because that guy has an RPG. And he was just staring at me. Okay. No, there's another one over here. No more small arms backup. I think it's gonna take more than one of these to blow up a bunker of that size.
That was cool.
Doesn't want to go down, running out of ammo. And now rockets are flying. Am I just invisible to them as long as I'm in here? I might be. I don't think they know that you can target these. Because General Song's whole thing is a lot of artillery. They know that they'll be executed if they damage one of these. Who's trying to help me blow that up? You. Give me more ammo. Did not mean to blow that up. So... did all that progress and I'm gonna die again, am I? I might have to just grab this guy and roll down the hill with him. Maybe the whole purpose, the one place by the river, is to take him there for a relatively smooth extraction spot? Away from the endless tanks? And those asshole idiots who keep blowing themselves up at close range. What the fuck? Quit doing that. Rocket launchers are not meant to be used at close range. Switch to a rifle or a pistol or something. After going all that way. Okay. Here's what we'll do then. We'll just get up there, grab one of the big guns, demolish the tents, demolish the little bunkers, the tunnels, knock the guy out, and try to get the heck out of there. Disguise might make it easier to drive away between all the tanks and flat cannons. But given how Disguise refused to pop for helicopter, maybe it's just so dense with people that somebody could spot a follicle of your hair from around the corner from a mile away. Tank. Just need my wheels to get me up there. Get me up there, then if I get... Oh! Oh yeah! He's still knocked out. The base should still be demolished. I was expecting to go back up there with all the damage restored. It might not be ideal, but I guess that makes this a little bit easier. A little bit cheaper too. It's kind of cheesing it if all the damage maintains. Okay, 10 of diamonds. Don't go getting yourself buried yet. I'm just going down the hill. Safest thing to do, avoid the tanks. Avoid the roads. Looks pretty steep though, just gotta find a good firing solution that doesn't see me hop down. But this area is still going to be loaded with tanks. This is going to be safe enough for the time being.
Roger, this is Expo 2. I am in the air.
Want to get him in here before the sheer volume of anti-air cannons and tanks starts filling up. Gotta beat the rush. That took how many deaths to get to this point? Up to 10 deaths now. 9 today alone, and has to be most from here.
Good job.
So now 8 of diamonds is all that's left. West of Nampo. So I would have thought that this guy kind of counts as west of Nampo if you take a really broad definition of west. So that's Nampo. Below the airport is Nampo. Oh, you know what it is? Right over here. That little tiny thing below the mountain and the sea. Between the mountain and sea. There's like a rail track or something. It's this tiniest little inclusion. Well, that means we're settled. That means that the last guy is ours. So far away. Okay, I'll take a vehicle. 4,000. 8,000 for the transport delivery. Alright. 4,000's in my budget.
Okay, I'm on my way.
Mercenaries, having the bravery to allow your transport and supply helicopters to get shot down.
Special delivery.
Open your heart to courage just cause. If Mercs can do it, so could you. My little Jaju. That a helicopter saw me climb into. And so now... My $4,000! That was my birthday present to myself, you monsters! Goodness sakes, man. I didn't want to run all around North Korea. I get a car, they blow it up. I hijack a tank, they blow it up. Come on, get low, get low, get low. Oh, well, got a little bit of a rebate by shooting the tank. If this guy wants to play nice and let me hijack him, I'm right here. You gotta get closer if you want to shoot me. You can't shoot me from there. Too high to hijack. I guess they don't call it low jacking, huh? Now I could just medevac if I really wanted to close the distance and not deal with these guys. And he is still so high you'd think I was dating him. And now it goes away. It simply wanted to give me a hard time in the mountains. It's trying to run up that runtime. The helicopter was trying to do me a solid. Get more watch time on YouTube. Because if there's one thing people love to see, it's wandering around in the same mountains you've been in for a whole hour. It's fine to steal this truck, it was empty, so clearly he wasn't doing any work. This is just somebody's, their Sunday driver. Careful not to hit a Chinese soldier by accident. I've already dropped their affinity with me so much by blowing up Nampo. In my defense, the South Koreans pay me to do it, so they gotta take it up with them. They've been paying me to attack each other, so I'm just a middleman. They got some other stuff going on in their relationship. They can't be angry with me.
Well.
There's a number card nearby. Check your radar for the location.
It'll save to make sure I get him alive. Another tank. A tank, which we've learned, doesn't know how to... Nobody knows how to attack people in this. So if I just stay here, I'm invincible. They've paused. Nobody wants to wreck Song's hardware. Oh, I see the problem now. Even though this isn't so close for it, for the muzzle of the gun to be in that, visibly it is, so he can't shoot at it. There's another gunshot from there. Who was it? They put a cannon there. That can't be legal. Get down. What's that boom coming from? There was a kaboom. Oh, I see the kaboom now. They got a howitzer. You know, if I was smart then, if I knew about this, we could have taken these guns to use to demolish Nampo. Eh, kinda. It's not fully visible from here. We could have shelled it. So maybe it wouldn't have mattered then. Don't blow yourself up. Don't blow yourself up. Hopefully there's no one back there. At least nobody we know.
Roger, this is Expo 2. I am in the air.
Yeah, nobody else here. Never mind, hear the gunshots.
I see your smoke. I'm at the LZ.
And that's it. That's the last diamond. All we have left is the ace. And so far, every single last one of them. Captured alive, captured alive. Also means the game's almost halfway done.
Good job.
Thank you, Fiona. I'm glad somebody appreciates the effort I put into this. And you know, a lot of this might have us going over the same areas, right? How many times have we passed through Ichon? How many times have we had to blow things up in Nampo? But it's fun doing it. It might not be 1 billion unique areas. I like repurposing areas. Going to a place and never coming back again, not the most exciting. It's kind of why Skyward Sword was so cool. Some folks didn't like that it constantly had you going back to old areas, but it did something different each time. It wasn't like just going to the same area constantly. It tried to solve the problem in games, and especially Zelda games, where you solve a dungeon, you solve a region, and then you never ever come back again. It gave you reasons to keep coming back, and not only gave you reasons to keep coming— No, 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 no! Colonel Peng isn't gonna be very happy with me. They're like one kill away from becoming openly hostile to me. But yeah, revisiting old areas, doing cool different things in them. We got to go to the Black Gate 3 times. 2 of those times were for pilot retrievals, but even those were done in different ways. What I'll do is I don't have enough time in the day to go after the ace right now. So instead, I'm gonna park our buns on over at the Allied HQ, stare down Colonel Garrett, and then we'll pick this back up tomorrow. Starting with capturing the ace, which is gonna be a pretty involved mission of its own. The ace this morning was pretty, it's a pretty good first ace mission, but it's relatively very straight and to the point. Break 3 anti-air things and break 3 jammers, bunker bust a Song Tower, then you pick them up and it's done. Diamonds is going to require a much more involved crawl through an island filled with radiation, filled with tanks, with super guns, to finally make the diamond appear and capture him alive. Hearts isn't quite as complex as Diamond, but is still pretty involved for a set piece that it is. I think Diamond is actually kind of one of the easier ones, because you could just smash through the gates, run up, bag him, then done. Attack! And then Spades. The Ace of Spades, General Song himself. Hey! That will be a mission of a difficulty the likes we haven't seen yet and won't up until then. Kinda glad Mercenaries doesn't have a difficulty setting, because I don't want it. I don't want the Ace of Spades to be any more difficult than it already is.
It's the mercenary!
Drop my save here now that I've accomplished everything I need to. Plenty-ish of C4. Replenishment isn't too bad. I'm actually making more use of ordering in stuff in this game compared to Just Cause 2 because I have a better source of income. Money is infinite in Just Cause 2 also, but it's a more regular cash flow here, so it's gonna be more comfortable. But here's where we'll pick up tomorrow. So for now, that is going to be it. For now, I am done with Mercenaries' Playground of Destruction for the day. Who have we got online to raid? I see Schubert is playing the Oblivion remaster that just came out. And Kay is doing a secret stream, PC98 fun. And for some odd reason, no one else streaming Playground of Destruction. Why not? Where are they hiding? So let's go on Schubert Boy. I haven't played very much Oblivion. We might as well see how the remaster looks from his end. So folks, thank you for hanging out. I think we'll continue this tomorrow, finish up the Ace, and then get access to the new province, the Northern Province. And given that we finished the Ace of Clubs without the game crashing and completely erasing and corrupting the ability to even save, it should be pretty smooth from here on out, so look forward to that, folks. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good rest of your day. Stick around for the raid to Schubert, and I'll see you guys eventually. See you then.
シャワーを優しく浴びるとさよならの痛みも消えてゆくよああ思い切り今日生きたやつにはもっと大きな明日がきっと来るのさ Tomorrow 走ろう新しく Tomorrow 輝こう強く